Now we're like Meg Lannings and the Elise Perrys. Now you are that to someone. Does that occur to you?
Yeah, I think it's something that been talked about and something you say you come out to be a role model for some person. But I should say like CPL really showed me a lot. And when we had a presentation down Kensington Oval, I really saw like a lot of girls was really looking up to me. They really had fun watching us dance after vacate, and that really warmed my heart.
Looking back to this little girl walking these little school halls, what would you tell her? What would you tell little girls? What would be your best advice now?
Yeah, I think it would be something along the line like, don't let anyone pressure you to pick a path or pick a career. It's going to come at the right time. The sky is the limit. Keep working hard, and remember to keep working hard in the classroom as well, because education is key, and no one can take education away from you.
Ain't that the truth? I like that you say don't let anyone pressure you down one path. Last question. What do you want your legacy to be?
I guess if I had to say one, I guess someone that never gave up, someone that inspired the neighborhood, and someone who just loved life and loved a laugh.
Beautiful. Thank you, Leah.
Thank you. Hi guys, thank you for taking the time out to come to my lovely school, Windies Hall. It really brought back some fun memories. Bye guys. But who knows?
And you used to run about a lot, or you were inside studying?
No, outdoor a lot.
Yeah?
Always wanted to be outdoor, but still spend some time in the classroom as well.
What kind of memories come back? What was your schooling like? What comes to your mind when you think about it?
I can remember right here where I used to buy my lunch right under the tree. I had a van right here that I used to play, and how can I forget my first class one? Right there was there with Miss Mullen. Yes, she had something called Flat C.
What's that?
Dare not to cross her. It was looking weird. Near Flat C. Yeah. Oh my goodness, beating back.
How's that? How's that?
Hi, good afternoon.
This was her old classroom, so we just came to have a look.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I want to hear the whole story. How did you end up from this little school in the back of Bridgetown, hard to find, down bare one-way street, to the West Indies cricket? How you even got into cricket?
Oh, funny story. I guess just growing up with my cousins, we played everything. I think I came here, got introduced to Richard Clark, played cricket right up, just across the road from there, Passage Road. Played a lot of cricket. Then I was introduced to the team in class 3. I played for a while. Then I played right to class 4. I think I took a break first form and focused on football. But the funny thing about that is I got a call from, I think it was Kaisia calling me, telling me Pat Greenwich want me to play cricket. They're setting up on the 19 team and if I would be willing. But I was so focused on football, I wasn't sure about that. I think I went like 1 or 2 training sessions and still wasn't like interested to that extent. And then I think Pat Greenwich had told me, and Richard Clark too as well, because I think when Kaisia had mentioned my name, Richard Clark had said yes. As he called me Lily, he was like, Lily, she can play cricket, but she chose football. Up to this day, I think that's the story he tells some of the children, that I chose football, but if he can put it himself, he think that I probably would have been playing for West Indies years before then. But I think things is happening for a reason. I won't change my path. It lead me right here, and here we are now at my old school having an interview.
You chose football, but cricket chose you.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
We brought along the big hitting Kiana as well, because they're besties, huh? So along for the ride. Tell me a bit about your debut for the West Indies? I mean, that must have been a big moment.
Yeah. If you had asked me 2019, I would be debuting for West Indies, I would have probably struggled because prior to that, I wanted to take a break from cricket because I've been playing for a while and coaches been saying that I have the potential, I have the talent, I should be playing for West Indies. And I remember getting a phone call from Shakira saying that doing some netball against Australia. I remember I told you that I was going to take a break.
Yeah.
And it was like, whoa, I won't know if I will ever have a chance to bowl at Elise Perry, which was a big role model of mine, and Meg Lanning and those kind of guys. So I went down to Kensington Oval, I bowled. I kid you not, I wasn't training as much, so I was fatigued bowling. And I remember the coach saying, do you want to take a break? And I was like, no, I'm fine. But
this time you mash up.
I mash up, right. And they said, no, I'm fine. I was home just watching TV normal. I remember I got this phone call. And I think it was Josina calling me, and she was saying that, no, sorry, Miss Brown calling me, telling me like, you have been selected for camp. And it went silent. I was like, what? Seeing because before you saying the same with me, they don't invite me to camp. And I remember mother say, see what I tell you, things is happen for a reason, and it don't happen before a time. I remember I was sitting in the room because it was time for selection. And we had to meet individually with Gus and Brown, never forget it. And I went in the room and they told me, oh, you have been selected to represent West Indies. I remember it was a surreal moment, and getting my cap from Pony Watch can't get no better than that. You understand?
What a story. What a story!
That DeAndre cousin. Look at your nephew, like. We at Wednesday Hall. Proper left hand seam here. If we got rope, he ain't early. Tell Alex hi. Look at Alex.
We're boss. We miss you, man. How are you? We miss you so bad. We miss you so bad. Get better soon.
Yeah, right. Definitely. We ain't meet at CPL.
Good.
Are you ready? Oh.
So, Aliyah, how has your role as an all-rounder evolved in the team? Now you're a more senior member in the team.
Yeah, I think I had some discussions with the coach, not trying to tell too much about our secrets. It's something that I have been comfortable with. I think I have been flexible for the West Indies team wherever they want me.
That's brilliant. I don't even think we've seen the best of your batting yet. What is the one area of your game that you think you have to work the hardest on and that you've been trying to improve the most?
Yeah, I think I have worked a lot on my onside, but it can get better. I think we have the footage out there, so it's no secret. I love the offside. Yeah, and we have talked about playing to our strengths. So regardless of what, is respecting the good balls and just playing, as we say, the safe force, because we're playing ODI at the moment. But it's just something that we've been talking about, and having our average, something that we have been talking as a team.
How do you, when things get really overwhelming, how do you stay grounded?
Yeah, that goes back to my support system. I have a core of friends, and I speak to my mom every single day. Like, every single day. Like, I'm 30, but I don't feel like right after I don't wake in the morning and talk to my mom. And we talk about some of everything. So I should basically say she's like my best friend. And then I have a core of family and a core of friends who also play cricket. So it's easy to bounce a lot of stuff with them. Like the likes of Shakira Salma that you were in the booth with. Like, when I do have a hard time or are working on something pertaining to cricket, because I think that she's very educational when it comes to the game. Having those friends around cricket have helped me a lot, and it in a sense when I'm overseas as well, and when I played with them, so it is a sense that I had some sort of home with me. I know, like, obviously Shamina is not around, Shakira is not around as well. I will have to say Kiana. Oh my God. But she stressed. She definitely stressed me out. And like my mom said, she's definitely your daughter there. That more than anything else. But definitely we have fun together. We have a lot of fun together. So even in those hard times, even like it could be me or it could be her. Like we always like support each other and just be there to have like that constructive criticism. Because she could tell you she scored 60. I would come and say, 60 fam, you worked so hard, like the 100 day, I scored 44 the other day. She was on me, 44, I don't want that. I wanted 50. I want you to go and come in, not out. So I think that's good to have people around you like that.
It's amazing. So Shamilia Connell, Shakira Selman, like big sisters to you, and now you're like a big sister to Kiana Joseph. Yeah. And do you ever does it ever occur to you how you're inspiring young girls across not only Barbados, not only this region, but the world? You told me that, you know, your idols growing up were like Meg Lannings and the Elise Perrys. Now you are that to someone. Does that occur to you?
Yeah, I think it's something that I've been talked about and something you said, you come out to be a role model for some person. But I should say like CPL really showed me a lot. And when we had a presentation down Kempton Oval, I really saw like a lot of girls was really looking up to me. They really had fun watching us dance after Vicky, and that really warmed my heart.
Looking back to this little girl walking these little school halls, what would you tell her? What would you tell little girls? What would be your best advice now?
Yeah, I think it would be something along the line like, don't let anyone pressure you to pick a path or pick a career. It's going to come at the right time. The sky is the limit. Keep working hard, and remember to keep working hard in the classroom as well, because education is key, and no one can take education away from you.
Ain't that the truth? I like that you say don't let anyone pressure you down one path. Last question. What do you want your legacy to be?
I guess if I had to say one, I guess someone that never gave up, someone that inspired the neighborhood, and someone who just loved life and loved a laugh.
Beautiful. Thank you, Aline.
Thank you. Hi guys, thank you for taking the time out to come to my lovely school, Wednesday Hall. It really brought back some fun memories. Bye guys.
What's that?
Dare not to cross her. It was looking weird. Near Flatsy. Yeah. Oh my goodness, beating back.
How's that?
Hi, good afternoon.
This was her old classroom, so we just came to have a look.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I want to hear the whole story. How did you end up from this little school in the back of Bridgetown, hard to find, down bare one-way street, to the West Indies cricket? How you even got into cricket?
Oh, funny story. I guess just growing up with my cousins, we played everything. I think I came here, got introduced to Richard Clark, played cricket right up just across the road from there, Passage Road. Played a lot of cricket. Then I was introduced to the team in class 3. I played for a while. Then I played right to class 4. I think I took a break first form and focused on football. But the funny thing about that is I got a call from, I think it was Kaisia calling me, telling me Pat Greenwich want me to play cricket. They're setting up on the 19 team and if I would be willing. But I was so focused on football, I wasn't sure about that. I think I went like 1 or 2 training sessions and still wasn't like interested to that extent. And then I think Pat Greenwich had told me, and Richard Clark too as well, because I think when Kaisia had mentioned my name, Richard Clark had said yes. As he called me Lily, he was like, Lily, she can play cricket, but she chose football. Up to this day, I think that's the story he tells some of the children, that I chose football, but if he can put it himself, he think that I probably would have been playing for West Indies years before then. But I think things is happen for a reason. I won't change my path. It lead me right here, and here we are now at my old school having an interview.
You chose football, but cricket chose you.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
We brought along the big hitting Kiana as well, because they're besties, huh? So along for the ride. Tell me a bit about your debut for the West Indies. I mean, that must have been a big moment.
Yeah. If you had asked me 2019, I would be debuting for West Indies, I would have probably struggled, because prior to that, I wanted to take a break from cricket, because I've been playing for a while and coaches been saying that I have the potential, I have the talent. I should be playing for West Indies. And I remember getting a phone call from Shakira saying that doing some netball against Australia. I remember I told you that I was going to take a break.
Yeah.
And it was like, whoa, I won't know if I will ever have a chance to bowl at Elise Perry, which was a big role model of mine, and Meg Landon and those kind of guys. So I went down to Kensington Oval, I bowled. I kid you not, I wasn't training as much, so I was fatigued bowling. And I remember the coach saying, do you want to take a break? And I was like, no, I'm fine. But
this time you mash up.
I mash up, right. And they said, no, I'm fine. I was home just watching TV normal. I remember I got this phone call. And I think it was Josina calling me. And she was saying that, no, sorry, Miss Brown calling me, telling me, like, you have been selected for camp. And they went silent. I was like, what? Seeing because if you saying the same with me, they don't invite me to camp. And I remember mother said, see what I tell you? Things is happen for a reason, and it don't happen before a time. I remember I was sitting in the room because it was time for selection. And we had to meet individually with Gus and Brown, never forget it. And I went to the room. And they told me, oh, you have been selected to represent West Indies. I remember it was a surreal moment, and getting my cap from Pony Watch can't get no better than that. You understand?
What a story. What a story!
That DeAndre cousin. Look at your nephew, like, we at Wednesday Hall. Proper left hand seam here. If we got ropey, ain't early. Tell Alex hi. Look at Alex.
We're boss. We miss you, man. How are you? We miss you so bad. Get better soon.
Yeah, right. Definitely. We ain't meet at CPL.
Good.
All right. Oh.
So, Aliyah, how has your role as an all-rounder evolved in the team? Now you're a more senior member in the team.
Yeah, I think I had some discussions with the coach, not trying to tell too much about our secrets. It's something that I have been comfortable with. I think I have been flexible for the West Indies team wherever they want me.
That's brilliant. I don't even think we've seen the best of your batting yet. What is the one area of your game that you think you have to work the hardest on and that you've been trying to improve the most?
Yeah, I think I have worked a lot on my onside, but it can get better. I think we have the footage out there, so it's no secret. I love the offside. Yeah, and we have talked about playing to our strengths. So regardless of what, is respecting the good balls and just playing, as we say, the safe force, because we're playing ODI at the moment. But it's just something that we've been talking about, and having our average, something that we have been talking as a team.
How do you, when things get really overwhelming, how do you stay grounded?
Yeah, that goes back to my support system. I have a core of friends, and I speak to my mom every single day. Like, every single day. Like, I'm 30, but I don't feel like right after I don't wake in the morning and talk to my mom. And we talk about some of everything. So I should basically say she's like my best friend. And then I have a core of family and a core of friends who also play cricket. So it's easy to bounce a lot of stuff with them. like the likes of Shakira Salma that you were in the booth with, like when I do have a hard time or are working on something pertaining to cricket, because I think that she's very educational when it comes to the game. Having those friends around cricket have helped me a lot, and it in a sense when I'm overseas as well and when I played with them, so it is a sense that I had some sort of home with me. I know, like, obviously Shamila is not around, Shakira is not around as well. I will have to say Kiana. Oh my God, she definitely stressed me out. And like my mom said, she's definitely your daughter there, that more than anything else. But definitely we have fun together. We have a lot of fun together. So even in those hard times, even like it could be me or it could be her, like we always like support each other and just be there to have like that constructive criticism. Because she could tell you she scored 60. I would come and say, 60 fam, you worked so hard, like the 100 day, I scored 44 the other day. She was on me, 44, I don't want that. I wanted 50. I want you to go and come in, not out. So I think that's good to have people around you like that.
It's amazing. So Shamilia Connell, Shakira Salman, like big sisters to you, and now you're like a big sister to Kiana Joseph. Yeah. And do you ever does it ever occur to you how you're inspiring young girls across not only Barbados, not only this region, but the world? You told me that, you know, your idols growing up were like Meg Lannings and the Elise Perrys. Now you are that to someone. Does that occur to you?
Yeah, I think it's something that been talked about and something you say, you come out to be a role model for some person. But I should say, like, CPL really showed me a lot. And when we had a presentation down Kensington Oval, I really saw like a lot of girls was really looking up to me. They really had fun watching us dance after wicket, and that really warmed my heart.
Looking back to this little girl walking these little school halls, what would you tell her? What would you tell little girls? What would be your best advice now?
Yeah, I think it would be something along the line like, don't let anyone pressure you to pick a path or pick a career. It's going to come at the right time. The sky is the limit. Keep working hard, and remember to keep working hard in the classroom as well, because education is key, and no one can take education away from you.
Ain't that the truth? I like that you say don't let anyone pressure you down one path. Last question. What do you want your legacy to be?
I guess if I have to say one, I guess someone that never gave up, someone that inspired the neighborhood, and someone who just loved life and loved a laugh.
Beautiful. Thank you, Aline.
Thank you. Hi guys, thank you for taking the time out to come to my lovely school, Wendy Hall. It really brought back some fun memories. Bye guys.
Après, tu as parlé de... You have extra radio? They got 4. Chevron doesn't have any. Got 4. Okay. The man say rolling, I get the money.
1 2 1 2. It's clear, nice. Like the same kind of presence. The presence. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, I think the 1 2 1 2. Transmission. What about the noise? I just turn off all the processor noise. This is free, right? Yeah. 1 2 1 2. The noise gone? One, two, 21, 2. Any different? The noise. So maybe it's the gain and they say I wasn't, but 1 2. One, two, 1 2. 1 2 1 2. No. Body voice in. Yeah. It's more noise when you turn up there. More noise.
On 1 2 1 2 mic check. Testing 1 2. Testing for sound. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing for sound. Yeah. 1. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Broadcast. But 1 1 whatever. 1 1 1 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. One, 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 1, 2, 3, 1. Testing for song. Yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. Yeah. All right. Testing 1, 2. Testing for song.
No graphics. Graphics. What time? Oh. Hold on, Eddie. Piano? Hold on. No. What's up? Any guess? I want to chop you off. I know what my phone is. I'm telling you, your phone on fire.
man, you have to let it in that reach up. About 50 years, take you reach up. starts at 11:45. The game starts at 11:45. It's over. Then so like I said, over.
But who knows?
And you used to run about a lot, or you were inside studying?
No, outdoor a lot.
Yeah?
Always wanted to be outdoor, but still spend some time in the classroom as well.
What kind of memories?
Good morning and welcome to another day of cricket here at Surreal playing field, where we have Jamaica taking on the Leeward Islands in this the third round of this West Indies 50 overs tournament being played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And a very interesting start so far. Leeward Islands winning the toss and electing to bat, and immediately Jamaica have struck and getting that big wicket of Kiana Joseph without scoring. And here with me this morning is Rumel Currency. Rumel, good morning and welcome to Surreal playing field.
Good morning to you, Kenwo, and good morning to all those who have tuned in to this channel to witness a good encounter between Jamaica and Leeward Islands. As you said, not the very best of starts for Leeward Islands, having lost their talisman in Kiana Joseph, who we all know can give them the start that they often require. But Jamaica won't be complaining, Good bowling so far by Selena White. One without loss. Jamaica are on top.
With that being said, we had some rain overnight and had some issues with the wicket, so we are down to 40 overs. So instead of 50 overs, we are down to 40 overs. And a wide been bowled there. So 1 to the total. Had some interesting games prior to this one. So teams coming out of the T20 tournament, Leewards, defending champions, haven't won a game so far. Probably looking to put the force on the table. And immediately Jamaica has put a dent into that, taking the first wicket of Joseph. But lovely weather here at Sandhill for these two teams to be competing today. Lovely outfield, lush green outfield as well. Sun is out in all its glory. At this time, had a few dark clouds around. A few grey ones are still here, but hopefully it would hold up and we get a full days of cricket between these two teams.
Yeah, Martin, certainly a good day for cricket. 40 overs. Obviously, the teams would have loved to have played, or loved to be playing the 50 overs, but there's very little we can do when it comes to the weather. Leeward Islands would want to ensure that they have a start. First over. See how it goes. The fast bowler for Jamaica, Selena White, certainly a good spell so far. I remember in the previous game she really did well for Jamaica. I think she got about 5 wickets in the last game against Barbados, bringing the game home for Jamaica. So she would definitely look to emulate those exploits here today. She has done well so far. Got the important wicket of Kiana Joseph. It's a quiet start, Martin. Hopefully for Leewards, they can build some form of partnership and get their ends going.
So at the first over, after the first over, Leeward's winning the toss and electing to bat. They are 1 for 1, losing that important wicket of Joseph. In that first over, White picking up another wicket in this tournament, continues to do well for Jamaica. Jamaica winning their last game. So they're hoping to do that as well, keeping themselves in the hunt for this championship. Windwards, they have won 2 games on a row after coming last actually in the T20 tournament. Didn't have a very good T20 tournament, but started out pretty positively in this one. Scored 226 in the first game, defeating their opponents. Jamaica that was. And in the second game, coming out victorious as well. So pretty good tournament so far for Windwards. They are playing against Guyana today, hoping to clinch things, who haven't had a wonderful tournament as well. Just been struggling, Guyana. But Jamaica, who have picked up during these tournaments, I think their cricket are getting much better as they continue to play here. We're into the second over of this 40 overs contest between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. One is just hitting the outer portion of the bat and running down to third man for another single. So good start to that over.
Jamaica here opting to start with 2 pace bowlers, unlike what we've seen from most teams, then to mix it up a little bit, start with a pace and a spin. But I'm guessing we did have some overnight rain this morning, so I'm thinking Jamaica still believe that there's a little bit of moisture left in the pitch, which you're trying as much as possible to exploit that. They've done well so far. Certainly lots of overs remaining in today's play. The captain making some changes right away. You see a fielder from cover coming over to the onside. So they now have a 5-4 field. Players on the boundary, deep square leg, and a third man. Kate Wilmot rolling not the best of lines so far, deciding to test the wicket, as we normally say in local parlance.
So boys who had a pretty good T20 tournament, batted right through the innings for the Leeward Islands team, really set the foundation for the others to follow. Have done that in this tournament so far, and the Leeward Islands have struggled. They have not been the anchor for the innings. So it's Wilmoth. Loose delivery down the leg, no signal from the umpire. So boys, really, she was the anchor for the Leeward Islands team during that tournament. Played beautifully. Haven't gotten much in this tournament so far. Probably hoping to do well. This one is outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. That brings the second over to an end. And after 2 overs, the Leeward Islands are 2 for 1.
A very sedate start from the Leeward Islands, having lost the wicket of Kiana. They will definitely need to bat out a couple of overs. Lots of overs. We've seen teams so far not being able to bat the full 50 overs. I think the only team that has done that so far is the Windward Islands. Not something that we want to see for Cricket West Indies. Still, we've seen quite a bit of talented cricketers on show here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. One such player that comes to mind is, and I know I've spoken about her quite a bit, is Cumberbatch from Barbados. Quite a bit of others. So I don't want to seem to bias in that respect. But yes, Leewards, they have quite a bit of fight on their hands now. They've lost the wicket, so they have to stay and bat as long as possible.
That one been hit uppishly past the bowler, stretched out her right hand, made an attempt, but didn't really get to it. So another single to Boyle. Actually, her first single, that is. So that brings Boyce on strike. Another delivery. Just outside the leg. Stumps. You know the rules have been changed somewhat. Once it is inside of that mark, it will not be called wide. So a little bit of leniency to the bowlers in this tournament. Strict rule of down the leg should be called a wide has been talked about. Changes have been made. This one is a good one outside the off stump. She went for it with all her might, but missed it completely. Goes into the keeper's glove. Boys, is that sort of batter. Once it is in her half, in her range, she would have a go. And we're still in the power play. She takes her chances. Turns that nicely to square leg, picks up a single. She gets off the mark.
That's exactly what the Leeward Islands batters would have to do going forward. Wicket is not a horrible wicket by any means. It's coming on nicely from our vantage point. Like I said, it had a lot of, some moisture, not a lot, sorry, in it this morning, but it had since dried out nicely from where we're looking. So the batters, they just need to play themselves in. Lots of runs on offer. Lots of space in the outfield, certainly. It's a new ball, so it's going to do a little thing. It's going to do something, so you just have to hold firm, watch the deliveries carefully, play up and down straight, as we normally say.
This one has been punched to backward point. Good looking shot. Third man comes around and feel. Another single. The over comes to an end, and after 3 overs, Leewards, after winning the toss, they are 5 for 1. As we mentioned before, the wicket of Joseph in the first over. Game has been reduced to 40 overs per side. Few technical changes as well. Power play have been reduced as well. But a pretty good start between both teams. Very competitive game it should be. Jamaica looking for their second win. Ooh, that one kept low with some pace as well into the keeper's glove. Lovely delivery that is.
Yeah, I like what I see from Kate Wilmot. She does have some pace compared to what I've seen so far in the tournament. Likes to bowl short deliveries. We know that much about Kate Wilmot. Not sure if that's the perfect line right now. We saw how effective Selena White was for Jamaica when she kept the ball up to the batter. I'm sure Captain Rashada would definitely be encouraging Wilmot to get those deliveries up to the player. You want to ensure that you utilize the newness of the deliveries of the ball, sorry.
This one is driven through covers. It would meet the fungi board somewhere. It does that now. But it was hit on the up through covers. A lovely shot into the fence for 4.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot by Balls. Kate Wilmot overcompensating, trying to get the ball up to the batter, instead bowling a rank full toss. Balls obviously had no difficulty at all by caressing that through the covers. 4 runs, 4 much needed runs for the Leeward Islands. That would do her confidence the world of good. As long as you stay at the wicket, you will get runs.
And what was good about that shot as well, she got on top of it and really punched it through the covers. No man move exactly. He rushed into the fence of the outfield, which gives you value for your shot as well here at Cyan Hill. Was a lovely shot. She was well positioned as well. High front arm, body position was really nice. She looks good. Again, this one is lifting outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Leg stump. Feet was just a little bit outside the leg stump this time, looking to run it down to third man. But that had some pace on it. Went into the keeper's glove. So, fourth over being completed here for Jamaica. Leeward Islands on 9 for 1. That's a pretty good over here. Bowled by Wilmoth. They have Boyce and Boyle at the crease for Leewards. Looking to build a partnership here. Need to do that here as well after losing that early wicket to set a platform for the others to come. Boyce is solidly forward. Plays back to the bowler. White.
I think the Leeward Island batters so far, Martin, they really do look compact. Yes, some deliveries beat the bat, but by and large they have looked compact so far. Still a long way to go.
Oh, trouble here, trouble here. Trouble here. It was hit by Boyce. Outer long on. Taylor, who's the fielder there, she took the ball and fired it back into the stumps. And Boyle was basically halfway down the wicket. And direct hit, always trouble for any batter. She comes back, run out. Guess she would be very disappointed with that. Really, it wasn't a run to start proceedings. She comes back here, run out. Leeward have lost a second wicket through the run out route.
Yeah, very unfortunate end to the innings of Boyles. She certainly looked good while she was there. Looked like a player with very good technique and showed a lot of promise. But unfortunately, she has to go back to the hut. Not a run at all. Ball went straight to Stephanie Taylor. Jamaica, of course, did well. Stephanie Taylor, of course, did well to take that ball and make a direct hit. Jamaica, of course, wouldn't be complaining. They're 9 for 2. So very good work so far by the Jamaican team. They should be ecstatic. Again, they're seeking another win here for Jamaica to challenge for the trophy. As we all know, Jamaica and the Windward Islands didn't do too well in the T20 blast. They would certainly want to make amends here for the 50 over competition. So good going so far for Jamaica. Leeward Islands now, they will have to start to rebuild again once more.
This one is neatly turned off the legs by Boyce. Out of leg picks up another single. But really unfortunate for Boyle there. Boyce is now joined by Edwards, skipper for the Leeward Islands team. She has done human service for this team thus far. Played pretty well in both versions. So first delivery, a flash outside here off stump into the keeper's glove. White signal by the umpire as well. Action all around.
Certainly not what the captain for Jamaica would have expected beginning their innings. Again, they won the toss and decided to bat. Not a bad decision at all, I thought.
That was a full delivery. Just on the crease, really. Digged out by the skipper. No trouble there. So positive start here for Jamaica. In this game, looking for the second victory. I think they are pumped and ready from what we are seeing. This one is it officially. Runs down to third man, where they pick up another single. So the skipper is off the mark, Edwards. Spent some time in the air, but safe. Nowhere close to a fielder. Picks up a single.
Yeah, they just have to spend time in the wicket. As long as you spend time in the wicket, you're going to get runs. We've seen that throughout the tournament. Spend time in the wicket, the singles are going to come, you're going to get extras, you're going to feel like you're in, and you're going to score runs. That is what the Leeward Islands have to do going forward. They've lost 2 wickets. One, they should not have, well, you can argue that they should not have lost both wickets because that shot against Kiana, maybe that wasn't called for, having faced just one delivery previous. But they are where they are at the moment, so they just have to bat and bat long. Do not worry too much about the runs. Yes, you have to think positively, but it's important that they build a partnership. Look for those singles. Do not look to get the boundaries just yet. Look for the singles. Once you look for the singles, you're going to stay in that positive frame of mind, and you're going to get more acclimatized to the wicket and put your team ahead. And that is where the Leeward Islands team have to head.
I agree with you there, Currency. You need to stay as long as possible in the wicket. This wicket calls for good technique, good temperament, play each ball on its merit. Plenty time in the game. This one keeps low down the leg side, challenging the boundary there. Third man comes around and does the fielding. So by signal by the umpire, another one to the total. Have to be careful with that as well. Seen a few deliveries keeping low.
Yeah, a bit of lazy running there by the captain. Thought they should have at least tried for 2. Not paying attention at all.
But a good start by these 2 fast bowlers. I've seen it with the Leeward Islands team with 2 fast bowlers opening the bowling. I've seen it here now with Jamaica. Normally the other teams start their proceedings with a fast bowler or 2 spinners. But it's good to see these teams starting with fast bowlers. Encouraging.
Very encouraging, Martin. I like the look of these 2 pacers, especially Wilmot. She certainly has something about her. Her run-up looks smooth. Nice action. Nice follow through. A bit on the short side sometimes, but that is something that you can work with. You know, she's a young player, so has a bright future ahead of her. Certainly the Leeward Islands would be happy. Not the Leeward Islands, sorry, Jamaica would be happy with what they have seen from her thus far.
See the umpire signaling one over the shoulder. Short delivery. Didn't get up or didn't bounce as she thought it would have. Bounced in front of the keeper. So one above the shoulder, signaled by the umpire. It's good to see that she's still testing the wicket. See what it has. Ball is fairly new. Again, just drifting down leg. Had a mix over so far. Wilmot
certainly has the pace, Trevor.
She does.
That's what I like about her. Struggling a little bit with the lines and length. There's somebody you can obviously work with.
Boys very much compact in our defense and attack as well. One of the better players I've seen in this tournament, boys. Solid as a rock. That brings you over to an end. And after 6 overs, it's 12 for 2.
So like I said before, Leewards now, they just have to bat as much overs as possible. They have lost 2 wickets already. We've seen in this tournament that anything in and around 100, you can defend. They get up to 100 and they can surely put Jamaica under pressure. So they just have to remain at the wicket. We're playing 40 overs. Still a long way to go. Still 34 more overs to go. That's a lot of balls to face. You're gonna get the extras as long as you stay at the wicket. Jamaica, however, they've been doing well. I think the captain of Jamaica certainly led her team well against Barbados, marshaled her troops well. Lots of changes, lots of support from Stephanie Taylor.
So a change in bowling. Off spinner comes in. Watts comes in to replace White. Immediately the spinners been introduced. This one has been swept through mid wicket all along the ground. Feel on that boundary, comes in and feel another single.
Jamaica opting to bring spin pretty early on. Just 6 overs bowled so far, 6.2 overs. But we have seen throughout the tournament what spin bowling does. Since Jamaica, we've seen Trinidad and Tobago dismantling Guyana. There's a beautiful shot there. Sorry, Trevor, there's a beautiful shot there placed by Boyce, slightly over pitched. And Boyce dealt with it in the appropriate manner. 4 much needed runs to the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, that's how Boyce is. Once the ball is in our crease, in our half, as we normally say, she would have a go. And that was flighted just on the off stump, and she smashed it through mid-on, basically along the ground into the fence for 4. Lovely shot. This one, she's opened up the face of the bat and running into the third man. So another run to her. Just getting things moving here for Leewards. 5 runs from that over.
Very good over in the context of how things have gone for the Leeward Islands thus far. 18 runs now from 7 overs.
So we see a double change been happening here now. Taylor, I think that's a new bowler. Off spin as well. Leeward's 19 for 2. Into over number 8. He's just on the back foot punching it to backward point. No run. So Taylor has been brought into the attack. Well, she has brought herself into the attack, really. Taylor played numerous games for the West Indies senior women's team. A name that is renowned around the Caribbean and also in the world when it comes to cricket. This one is punched to backward point. Lovely shot by Boy. She's on her toes. Normally you would see her run 2, but she picks up 2 here from that lovely shot through backward point.
Indeed a lovely shot, Martin. Coming back, waiting on the delivery outside off stump. Not a lot of turn and offer, it seems. As we take a look at the field placing, there's 5 fielders on the offside, 4 on the onside for off spinner. So that's indicative of the turn that is the turn on the pitch right now. Stephanie Taylor bowling her off spin. A lot will depend on Stephanie Taylor, bowling and batting wise, of course. Interesting as well to Trevor, the Jamaican team opting to just use one player outside of the 30-yard circle So you understand the importance of restricting the Leeward Islands, preventing them from getting any easy singles. It's a risk they're willing to take. It's worked well for them thus far. They wouldn't be complaining. 21 for 2 in the 8th over. So Jamaica arguably is on top.
Yeah, that one had some bounce in it to bring the over to an end. And after 8 overs here at Sand Hill, the Leeward Islands winning the toss and electing to bat. They are now 21 for 2. 21 for 2, 8 overs completed. So that's the end of the power play, signaled by the umpire.
Interestingly, Trevor, that was the end of the power play, but no change in field positioning. Only 2 players out of the 30-yard circle. Still, a deep mid wicket and a long on.
Yeah, Watts continued to bowl well here for Jamaica. Edwards, not the best of starts so far. Seems to be struggling a little bit here on this surface. Again, she's beaten outside the off stump. So Watts doing a pretty good job here from introduction for Jamaica. There's a slipper backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off. Long on, deep mid-wicket. She's hitting that 1-2 square leg. Would it have enough legs to get there? It does that now. Bad line delivery there by Watts. And well played by Edwards. Goes into the fence for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, much needed boundary there for the Leeward Islands. It was lined badly, as you said, Trevor, with a down leg. Edwards had no issues at all getting down on the knee and sweeping it all the way along the carpet for 4 runs. No fielder on the square leg boundary, only a mid-wicket fielder. And the long on, Jamaica opting to still keep it tight, not getting scared by that boundary at all. They probably recognized it was just a bad delivery. So they've kept their field placing intact and they're continuing, trying to put the pressure on the Leeward Islands.
Again, she's going through mid-wicket for that easy single. Wicket is not turning much, as we can see from our vantage point. Another single to the score. Jamaica has to be careful with that area of scoring. She's bowling off spin. She has 5 persons on the off side, 4 on the on. Really think they should put an extra player into that mid-wicket area, at least to cut the single. And the sweeper on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Again, this one is short and Boyce is back and punches. Brilliant feeling there by the fielder at backward point. She did an exceptional job. Gets it back into the keeper. But both batters are safe and into the crease for another single. Some excellent cricket all around here by both teams.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot by Boyce. Watts deciding to come from around the wicket to Boyce. Boyce got back and cut it beautifully, but it was well fielded by the player at point. You can't recognize who that player was at the moment, but it was an excellent cricket all round. The Leeward Islands, a little bit of scare for them, just for a little bit more, just for a little bit, some hesitation in the middle.
Brilliantly bowled by Taylor. Seemed to have a little drift on that one. Now it was a leg break, but well bowled. Beating the batter all ends up into the keeper's glove. She was pretty much excited though, but the umpire had nothing to do with it. Says not out. Brilliant delivery.
Yeah, boys will have to be careful. Not a lot of turn and offer. It's a new delivery, new ball. Sorry, she's not going to be turning a lot. The wicket still has some moisture in it. It's a little bit of grass. It's skidding on nicely. So Boyce now has to just stay there, watch it. It's going to get easier. It has gotten easier from the start. It's going to get even easier.
This one is officially goes over the bowler's head. Mid-off comes around and field another run. Has to be careful here with that. Basically chip shot over the head of the bowler. Was trying to hit it on the onside. I think he got a big portion of the outer portion of the bat and flew over the bowler's head, falling short of mid-off. Boyce and Edwards, two of the most senior player in this team. They have done well in the T20 tournament. Edwards just stands up and punches to cover. Taylor continues to be tight here for Jamaica. This one is in the air. Would fall in no man's land. Over cover. She picks up a single, Edwards.
The Leeward Islands, they got a single, but it's certainly not the shot the coach of the Leeward Islands would want to see Edwards playing. Like I said, there are lots of overs remaining. There's a long on the boundary. Edwards seemingly tried to go over the top. She has to be very careful here. Another wicket and can spell a lot of trouble for the Leeward Islands. It's important that she stays there as a captain. Back deliveries. Runs, like I said, will come. They need a start. They need to get to at least 100 or thereabouts to challenge this Jamaican team. A lot, of course, would depend on Boyce, who has been there from the inception. Certainly looks like a decent player.
This time she's sweeping beautifully on the ground, all the way on the ground, through square leg. One of the stronger errors is Boyce. 4 more runs to her, 4 more runs to the Leeward Islands, and that brings over number 10 to an end. And after 10 overs, we are 33 for 2.
Yeah, it certainly was a lovely shot by Boyce, playing that all along the ground, badly lined by Stephanie Taylor. I'm sure Boyce did not complain at all when she saw that ball going down the leg side. Helped herself to a lovely 4, and the Leewards will be happy.
Yeah, one of the players I'm looking forward to see batting this 50 overs, Boyce. Seems to have found her way in this game, the final game in this round. 50 overs. Didn't get much in the other games. But one of the better players I've seen in the tournament, Boyce. Looking pretty good here for the Leewards. Watts continues. She's hitting it powerfully to covers. Finding the fielder in the way. No run, but that was struck with some power. This one is hit through mid-wicket this time, down to mid-on. Edwards not afraid to chew the wheel at that. She picks up another single.
Edwards looks as though she's going to give it to all. As long as it's up there, she's going to go at it. That's how it seems to us here in the commentary booth.
She's hitting it down to mid-on. It's all into the hands and back out. Easy catch. And really, she should be disappointed. That's a big wicket that you need to get. That of Boyce. She struck it down to mid-on. It was an easy catch and she spilt it. Oh, opportunity favor the brave.
Yeah, a very easy chance there spilled by Jamaica. Really should have taken it. Not the best of shot there by Boyce. Seems in control so far, so she has to really take a step back. The Leeward Islands, they need her to bat as long as possible, so she really has to be very careful, very circumspect with the type of shots that she plays.
Edwards is going through mid-wicket, through the hands of the fielder, short mid-wicket as well. So both players been given lives here in this over. Watts has her hands on her hips and saying, what's happening here? But 2 chances go begging.
Jamaica disappointing themselves in the field so far. 2 chances going down. They'll certainly hope not to rule those chances. Jamaica.
This Boyce is back on her back foot looking pretty as ever, posing for the camera. That brings you over to an end. How much would these chances, these opportunities hurt Jamaica? We will not know until this game is over, really. But those are 2 big wickets that you could have gotten in that what's over. But that's how cricket is at times. 1 catch going down at mid-wicket and the other at long on. 2 easy catches in my opinion. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Could happen in this over as well. But at the end of that over, Leeward's 36 for 2. Now she punishes them for that catch being dropped. Edwards smashing that through mid-wicket into the fence for 4.
It was certainly a good shot by Edwards. It was there to be hit and she really obliged on the leg side. Basically a free swing given there by Stephanie Taylor. Edwards looks so far to be in a no-nonsense mode. She's gotten a chance. Jamaica didn't take it. And now she's taking her chance.
Ball is coming off the bat rather sweetly this time. Nice single out to mid-off. So 5 runs so far in this over. Leeward seems to say that I've been given opportunities. I'm going to make use of those opportunities, these 2 batters, and they could really do that. This time she's driving it back to Taylor, who does the feeling. So they've been a very good position to be in here, Jamaica. Boyce is in that one, over mid-wicket. What a challenge the fence it does now, into the fence, but good football skills by the fielder coming around, bringing out that big boot and actually saving at least 2 runs. Excellent skills.
Yeah, very, very good shot by Boyce, but very disappointed with the running there by the Leeward Islands, especially Edwards not looking at all to come back for the second. Leeward Islands only getting a single. By right, they should have gotten at least 2 there. So the Leeward Islands, they have to take a look at their running between the wickets. They don't want to be leaving runs on the table.
Again, the runs are coming rather easily here. Down to mid-on. Score moves up now to 43. As I mentioned before, 2 of the better players are for the winner for the Leeward Islands. Boyce and Edwards, captain and senior player. Wicketkeeper batsman. So that brings Stephanie Taylor over to an end. And after 12 overs, Leeward's are 43 for 2.
Yeah, Trevor, as I was saying, when you spend a lot of time on the wicket, things just get naturally easier. You know, we're out here, we're looking at Amanda Edwards batting, and we're looking at Boyce, and they look at ease. The only doubt that they've given so far is when they try to be a little bit over ambitious. Right? I don't necessarily think that they ought to be playing like that. It's coming on easy, coming on nicely to the bat. Singles are on offer. They're not being bogged down at all. So they've built a partnership. They just have to capitalize. Both players, they have a start. Can they go on to get 50? They should. They really should. There's a lot of chance, a lot of opportunities here for them to make West Indies team. I don't see any reason why they don't go on to make 50. Why they shouldn't go on to make a 50 at least for the Leeward Islands. Both batters, they look pretty set.
This one, another catch goes begging. Edwards gets a second opportunity here by the Jamaicans. And my word, What's he saying? Oh my God, what is happening here? I need some support from you ladies. She's just not getting it. 3 catches go up begging so far from her bowling. And Edwards live to fight another day.
Yeah, Edwards not inclined to hit the ball on the ground at all. Jamaica, of course, they have dropped 3 catches so far. If my count is right, not what they want, Jamaica.
This time she's just whipping it out to mid-wicket, playing it safely on the ground. Picks up another single. But Jamaica only have themselves to blame here. At 44 for 2, it could have been 44 or 40 for 2. These 2 players are 2 of the most senior players, 2 of the better players I've seen in the tournament here, really. And they have given them 3 lives so far. And after bowling of Watts, this time she's sweeping. Picks up another single. So that brings over number 13 to an end. It's now 45. 45 for 2. Leeward Islands.
Notwithstanding the chances given by the Leeward Islands, they certainly would be happy with being 45 for 2, given how the match begun, having lost the explosive Kiana Joseph in the very first over. And then the second wicket result was as a result of a run out. So they have built somewhat of a partnership here. They need to continue. They've given chances, but they really do need to continue.
This one is hammered down to mid-on by Boyce. She jogs another single.
I really like the way or the look of Boyce. I think looks like a player that can be worked with. Certainly does have a good technique from our vantage point.
Oh, she's in the air, over mid-off. 1, 2, 3 bounces into the fence. Edwards decided, listen, I'm going to throw my willow at these balls. And a really good shot by her. She picked the right area. It goes for 4.
Yeah, very good shot by Edwards. She's certainly made her mind up. She's gotten 2 chances so far. Doesn't seem as though it bothers her one bit. She doesn't. As long as it's up in her half, she's definitely going to go for it.
Again, she's trying to get through the onside, hitting the outer portion of the bat. And balloons to cover. She picks up another single. So it seems to be her day. But that brings the total now to 51. So Leeward's getting to 50 in just about 13.3 overs. They have lost 2 wickets in the process. And they continue to fight here at Sand Hill. This time it's pulled nicely too down the fine leg area. It's coming close to the fence. It goes over the fence now for 4. So a very expensive over so far by Taylor. Being bowled here. 4 more runs to Boyce.
Leeward Islands certainly making use of the opportunities that they were given by Jamaica. Boyce and Edwards going along their merry way, certainly have upped the run rate. Good over so far for the Leeward Islands. 2 boundaries in it after 3 deliveries. No need for them to panic or try to go too hard. They've gotten a decent over. It's for them now to stay on bat. Don't force the issue, the Leeward Islands. Jamaica, on the other hand, they have to take their catches.
Quicker delivery to finish up that over. And we have completed 14 overs. We are now 55. 55 for 2. Leeward Islands. 3 chances going up begging here. by the Jamaicans. I think they're rather disappointed with themselves. So 14 overs completed. They are 55 for 2. Leeward's given 3 lives or so between these two batters. And Jamaica only have themselves to blame. I thought that they had the right plan, but they just didn't execute it in the way that they should have, really. And Leeward seems to be taking advantage of that situation and piling on the runs here. But Watts continues to bowl for Jamaica. All opportunities being created from her bowling. She continues. Taylor just making a switch here to come to short extra cover. Bright sunshine at Sand Hill, so those who have the time, you could come down here and watch some ladies cricket 50 overs. As Edwards just stands up straight again and punches it to Taylor, who's at short extra cover. Again, but this time she sneaks a single. Calls her partner Boyce through, who runs in basically the same pace currency during the whole innings, really. You would not see her pace pick up. This time she's back and punches it to mid-off.
Yeah, I really like the way Boyce is playing. Certainly does look like a good player. Boyce. Edwards, on the other hand, looks a little bit more of a basher. Certainly not shy about going over the top, Edwards. Yeah, Jamaica really does need a wicket here.
Yeah, they have given themselves 3 opportunities. They haven't taken any of those catches. As I said, only themselves to blame. Off the bowling of Watts. So Watts probably counting herself very much unlucky this morning in this game. For those who have just joined us, we had a late start. And the game has been reduced to 40 overs. This time she's swinging and missing, in wraps her in the pad. That brings you over to an end. So after 15 overs, we are now 57. 57 for 2. And with that, the umpires have called the water cart onto the field, and we will take a break here as well with this game evenly poised here between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. After 15 overs, they are 57 for 2. Well, here back at Sand Hill, we have the first delivering ball after the break. Change of bowling. Another off spinner, I think is Nation. Seems to be Nation. Was taking up the attack from my vantage point. I do think so. As Boyce is solidly forward in our own way. Really one of the better players in this tournament, Romel. Lovely to see batting. Boyce.
Definitely agree. Well, we've had a break. We all know what happens after breaks. Let's just hope for Leeward Island's sake there is no wicket, and for Jamaica's sake they would hope that there is a wicket.
Well, as we mentioned before, the opportunities were presented and they didn't take them, so they have themselves to blame really for being in this position at this time. As Nation comes into her bowling, she's bowling to Boyce. Like a brick wall there, Currency Boyce. It's not easy to get through that. Solid woman she is. This time is down the leg side and wide signal by umpire Abbott. First time we've seen this in a while. So another run to the total. Extra delivery being bowled.
Well, they'll definitely need to bat the next couple of overs without trying to lose a wicket, because we've all seen, we've experienced that, and it's almost a truism in cricket. After a break, there tends to be some action, some wicket lost.
That's the action you're talking about, Romel. Flighted delivery just on about the leg stump, and Boyce freed her hands and smashed it over mid-wicket way, the area we call cow corners, for another bungry. Full signal by the umpire. That brings you over to an end. So, 16 overs completed, and we have now matched up to 64 it is. Did I get that right?
Partnership between Boyce and Edwards of 53 so far. Certainly would be happy with that, the Leeward Islands. Jamaica, of course, only have themselves to blame, having dropped a couple chances. Boyce, on the other hand, is looking like a very, very good player. She's played some beautiful shots. Running between the wickets can be a lot better for the Leeward Islands, admittedly. But they are on par. They are on course to score some decent runs for the Leeward Islands and press for a victory.
So another single to Leewards. I think they have bowled their overs rather quickly here, the Jamaicans. We're into over number 17 already. And they continue to bowl well. Spinners have taken over from the pacers after 6 overs. A new pacer has come into the attack, and Boyce is hitting that through mid-wicket. Miss Field, she's coming back for 2. Boyce, is she scampering? Yes, she is. Or she's cruising. 2 more runs to Boyce.
Yeah, Boyce certainly looks as though she has that flow now. Certainly batting a lot more confidently. She has looked confident throughout the innings, really and truly, but the way she has looked in the last couple of deliveries speaks to how much that confidence has grown. And some lovely auspicious shots.
She's hitting that in the air. It's falling short of mid-off, long off really. She threw the kitchen sink at the willow, but it only peeled off and fell short of the fielder coming in from mid-off. Another single to Boys.
Yeah, Boys. I think she's starting to, well, she has boarded on Reckless now. There is a long off and long on in place, so she has to be very careful.
This one is swept, falling short of the fine leg feeler. Another run. This time she's hitting it with some power out of middle wicket. Was fully in control of that shot though. Pulled it through mid wicket for another single. Boys.
Boys really looks like a very, very good player. I just wish that she can spend a lot more time in the wicket without looking to go over the top so much.
And Edwards is hitting that 2 square leg again. Feel a misfeeling, but didn't capitalize on that, the batters, for another single. So a pretty healthy over so far. Pretty good over for Leeward Islands. At the end of 17, they are now 69. 69 for 2.
8 runs from that over. Leeward Islands won't be complaining. Like I said, they're on course. Well, his current run rate is a little bit above 4 as we speak. So they're on course. If they continue like this for a score of over or close to 200, they, of course, if they have wickets in hand, would want to capitalize on the latter part of the 40 overs to push for maybe a 200 plus total, the Leeward Islands. But they are really going well here. Admittedly, they have been quite lucky not to have been in a worse position. The Leeward Islands, Jamaica, of course, I've mentioned that so many times before. They have dropped quite a bit of chances, tried quite a bit of catches, sorry.
Another easy single. So the runs are coming rather easily now for the Leeward Islanders. Both players are pretty much set as they continue to bat here. Nation, as Boys just ease herself into the crease and just turns it nicely and calls for another single.
Yeah, I want to see a lot more of that from Boys. Instead of going or challenging the fielders on the boundary. She has gotten away with it so far, Boys. But she can deliver so much more for the Leeward Islands. Looking at the way she bats, certainly looks like an accomplished player, Boys, and would want her to go on and have a big score.
Oh, Nation has struck. As you mentioned before, Edwards seems to throw a kitchen sink at anything, and it was flighted. She went for the shot, and she found the fielder at backward point. Edwards goes caught, and Leewards have lost wicket number 3 here in over number 18.
Yeah, Jamaica will be very, very happy with that wicket. The Leeward Islands, they had begun scoring very quickly and easily, something that they might not have been accustomed to, so they needed that wicket very, very badly. Edwards, of course, lived a charmed life at one point, given 2 chances in the space of just a couple of deliveries. It's going to be necessary now for the Leeward Islands to form another partnership. That was a very, very good partnership that was built between her and Boys. They'll need to continue with that partnership. Hopefully for the Leewards, they don't go on to lose another wicket anytime soon. We've all seen and we all know how quick it is. As soon as you lose 1 wicket, Trevor, another wicket tends to fall quickly behind.
Well, there's a saying, 1 bring 2, 2 bring 3, 3 bring 4. So they have gotten wicket number 3. But a pretty good partnership between Boyce and Edwards for Leewards, propelling them now to 72 for 3. I think this is Clarkston, if I could. Clarkston, pretty talented player. She is. Very free-flowing player as well. Nation, ever present for Jamaica. Clarkston, first shot off the back foot, looking to go through backward point. Flashes and misses into the keeper's glove. Very aggressive player she is. She needs to assess the situation and play in accordance as well. Boyce needs somebody to stay with her. Clarkson in the prove manner drives it up to mid-off. Really good shot played by Clarkson to bring over number 18 to an end. And after 18 overs, Leeward Islands are 72 for 3. Just losing the wicket of Edwards, the skipper.
Almost halfway stage of the innings. 18 overs bowled. Just to remind viewers that this game has been cut short. Had a little bit of a delay this morning. So we are playing 40 overs instead of the allotted 50. 18 overs in so far. The Leeward Islands 72 for 3. Boys batting pretty well. Looking like a very accomplished player. If you are looking from a Leeward Islands perspective, you'll definitely want to see her go on and play. And bat throughout the innings, that is.
Boys solidly behind of that button pad. Pose for the camera as well. Looks very, very good as a batter, Boys. So Diaz, the new bowler, has another single. Boys putting the willow on that one down to mid-off. Picks up another single.
Skipper making some changes in the field. Claxton, of course, is a left-hander. Still 4 players outside of the 30-yard circle. Mid-off, long off is in the circle now, so it's a mid-off and the mid-on.
Claxton is slapping that outside the off stump. Sweeper comes into play for a single. Oh, it is hitting that through mid-on. It's bounced once, twice. The fielder comes around. Seems like Taylor picks up with one hand and throws back into the bowler. 2 more runs. She finds the gap.
Yeah, Boys looks in total control of her innings so far. Boys not afraid herself to go the aerial route. She has had some fortune, but that's cricket. She's taking full advantage of it. She's now on 36 or 37. Boy, she's definitely want to get to that coveted half-century mark. Give herself the best chance of going on to make the West Indies team, boys.
Remember, I think she's a Trinidadian who decided to play for the Leeward Islands team. And she has done exceptionally well. If my information is correct, she has done exceptionally well, wicket-keeper batsman. And she has really added something to the Leeward's team. Boys, Clarkson is driving. As that bat comes down in the angle, you could see the high elbow as well for Clarkson. Looks pretty good as well. That brings over number 19 to an end. And after 19 overs been bowled, Leeward Islands winning the toss and electing to bat. They are 77. 77 for 3.
Yeah, good going. The projected score so far, Trevor, is 162. Which is not a bad score on this Surreal wicket. So if you get over 100, you can defend it. The wicket tends to get a little bit slower in the afternoon after the sun would have baked it, as typical for any wicket here in the Caribbean. As long as the sun hits it for an extended period of time, it tends to slow down and make shots a little bit harder. But here is Boyce enjoying the wicket as it is.
She's batting as solid as she looks from our vantage point currency. She's like a rock of Gibraltar. Solid woman she is, boys. Our bat is talking for her today. Nation continues and Boyce is driving that to extra cover. She's gone. She has lived a charmed life, as you said before. She went airishly looking to get over cover, and Nation is in it again. She gets that very important wicket of Boyce, caught extra cover. And what a way to lose Boyce at this time.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands would be very, very disappointed in that. On one hand, we wanted to see Boyce bat because she's batting so well and she just looks so much of an accomplished player that you want to see her bat as long as possible. But she was playing those aerial shots, and it was only a matter of time before Jamaica accepted one of those chances. They did in the end for Edwards, and now they've gotten themselves another chance, and they've gladly taken it. Well caught at cover. Boyce, of course, should be very, very disappointed. The bowling wasn't troubling her at all. She was in total control. She had lots of time remaining in the innings. Certainly could have gone on to score 100, judging from the way she was batting. The Leeward Islands, they have lost the important and the vital wicket of Windies Boyce. They'll have to build another partnership. Claxton is still there. She hasn't gotten much so far. I think she has scored just one, but she does look the part for Claxton, a left-handed batter. She's joined now by Hector. Hector, they will want to build some form of partnership. Of course, Hector would want to ensure that she gets acclimatized to the wickets here at Surreal. Lots of overs remaining, remember that.
So Nation continues to work for Jamaica. Has picked up 2 wickets so far. Has done the job that the skipper asked her to do. And really reeling the Leeward Islands batters. This time she's in it through mid-wicket. 1, 2, 3 bounces. Fielder comes in. Return goes back to Nation. Could hear the sound of catch him. As Clarkson comes in to strike. Going to over number 20 here at Surreal Hill. Bright sunshine. Green, luscious background. Really lovely to see. Clarkson is driving outside here. Some missing. Keeper not collecting cleanly as well. But Nation has always been a part of the Jamaican game, whether with the ball or the bat. She has made her contributions. As a field change, the mid-off goes back. Then she decides to send out the sweeper. Nation. Good delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. That brings over number 20 to an end. And after 20 overs, we are 78 for 4 here at Sand Hill in this game between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands.
That is what one wicket can do, Trevor. Just one run from that over. And the wicket, of course, the important wicket for these boys. 78 for 4. The Leeward Islands still would want to get in excess of 100 runs, in excess of 150. That would be ideal for them. Jamaica obviously would want to restrict them for as low a total as possible. They have the opening. They have gotten rid of these boys. They have 2 new batters at the crease. They just have to, when the catches come, they just have to take them. Jamaica.
There continues. She runs from about 15-20 meters. Has a nice bouncy run up as well. Good delivery stride. Puts the effort into the bowling. She bounces along. Good smooth run up. Chips in the middle there. Pulls out of the run. And the umpire would signal dead ball. It's good to see the fast bowlers coming through. Bowling in the middle of the innings as well. For Jamaica. Extra delivery been bowled wide down the leg side. So Day has to get it right. But it's up to Clarkson and Hector to propel the score for the Leeward Islands team. But a good comeback here by Jamaica. Picking up those 2 quick wickets. Out of Boyce. And Edwards had a pretty good partnership over 50 plus. So those 2 quick wickets after the break really pulling them back. Ooh, this one is a loud appeal. That's how says the umpire. All sort of things happened there. She was going across the line. She missed it completely. And it went somewhere to the third man area. But not how says the umpire. This one is hit with some power. Tongue to mid off. Could have heard that coming out of the middle of the bat. Sweet sound. So another single to the total. But a good comeback here by Jamaica.
Yep, very good comeback by Jamaica. Just a little bit on Shanisha Hector. Certainly looks like a player with quite a bit of power. Trevor. The way she drove that past the field at cover and sped along to the long off field. It looks like a player that you definitely want to get out as soon as possible before she takes hold of you. Captain Amanda Edwards, Rashada Williams making some changes to the field.
Hector squeezed that through the cover. Timing alone took that over the ropes. It was just pushed through the covers and it ran off the face of the outfield and ran into the fence for 4. What a lovely shot by Hector. Clarkson, that is. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, that was an extremely beautiful shot, Trevor. It was timed to perfection. She didn't try to overhit it at all and it sped away to the boundary. Leeward Islands would love to see a lot more of that from Claxton. Looks to have a good setup. Looks like she has something about her. Claxton.
Gone for one, she's back for two. One of the young enterprising player here is Claxton. As the over number 20 comes to an end. 21 that is. It's now 85. 85 for 4. Leeward Islands. Claxton is at the crease. Looking better and better as proceedings go on here at Sandhill. She's been joined by Hector, who seems to be a no-nonsense batter. Leeward Islands have this sort of aggression with them as well, showed as the Jamaicans. So both teams known for their aggression when it comes to cricket. So 21 overs completed, 85 for 4. Nation continues to bowl. Threw the bat and pad into the keeper's glove.
Nation so far, Trevor. Not one of the typical bowlers. Bowling has a flat trajectory generally. Flights one every now and again. Bowling quite tightly here for Jamaica.
This one is badly lying down the leg side. And the leg stump as well. Waiting on the signal from the umpire. White signal by the umpire. So 2 more runs to the total. Claxton just open up and punching that 2 covers. Again, timing it lovely. Picks up another single. So the runs are coming here for Leewards, but they have lost 4 wickets in the process. Had a brilliant partnership between Edwards and Boyce, both falling just one after the other. Put a little bit of halt on the innings of the Leeward Islands batters. They are now at 88 for 4. As I said, the singles continue to come for Leewards as they pick up another single to mid-off. Getting closer and closer to that magic figure for 100. Nation seems to be pretty close on the leg stump. No contact made by Claxton.
Claxton is one of those players I think look quite solid in defense. Certainly somebody I think the Leeward Islands can work with. Somebody who has a lot of potential, it seems, from our vantage point.
Again, she picks up an easy single through covers. It's 90. 22 overs completed, 90 for 4. Leeward Islands winning the toss this morning and electing to bat. They are 90 for 4 after 22 overs.
91 for 4. Not a bad score at all. Just past the halfway mark. Anything above 100 can be defended. We've all seen that throughout the tournament. To the Leeward Islands, they wouldn't be too disappointed. Certainly would have wanted to lose at least 2 less wickets. But it is what it is. They've lost 4. Claxton is there along with Hector. Claxton looking quite an accomplished player so far. Just has 9 runs from 12 deliveries. But she doesn't look as though she's in any trouble. Not struggling to score at all. We saw a beautiful shot through covers. Claxton early up. Timed extremely well. So that says something about her quality, the quality of her play.
She's timing it pretty nicely. It's Claxton. Just need to find the gaps. Ooh, that one is pitched on the legs. Claxton just squeezing it out to fine leg. So there continues to bowl well there for Jamaica in tandem with Nation. Both of them doing a pretty good job so far. Pulling things back here for Jamaica. Claxton is driving that up to mid-off. She's timing the ball very sweetly though. Claxton.
Yeah, really like the look of Claxton. Times the ball pretty well. Trevor seems to have a decent technique as well.
Ooh, bad miss there by the fielder, long off. Coming around, trying to cut that one off. Went through the arms and into the fence for 4. So, 4 more runs. Bad feeling. So, easy runs been given away by the Jamaicans. Should have really been 1. But Fila not feeling as she ought to. Had long off and it went through her arms and passes the ropes for 4. Good comeback there by the bowler. There. But at the end of over number 23, they are now 106. Sorry, 96. 96 for 4. Leewards.
I love to learn a little bit more about Hector. The way she hits the ball, she looks almost in the likeness of a Chris Gale. Of course, she's right-handed, but she looks a powerful player. I love to learn a lot more about her.
Nation is trying to bowl a quicker delivery outside the off stump. The umpire opens her arms and signal wide. Another dot delivery for Nation. Keeping things tight here for Jamaica.
Still a long way to go before the close of the innings. The Leeward Islands, they just have to ensure that they continue to bat and bat long. Still Claxton is at the wicket. She's looking very well, and so too is Hector. So that's a plus for her. And for the Leewards, of course.
Yeah, well, since the introduction of Nation, the runs have really dried up somewhat. She has bowled a pretty tight spell, keeping things intact for Jamaica. Deed has done pretty well for Jamaica as well. This one is driving up to mid-on. Misfield again by the fielder, short mid-on, mid-wicket area, and gives another easy single away to the Leeward Islands team.
Jamaica hasn't had the best of times in the field today at all. They generally have been a decent fielding unit. We saw how well they fielded against Barbados here at Surreal to defend that total. Very surprised by the amount of catches and singles they have dropped and given away.
He's hitting that to backward point. Brilliant feeling there. Going to a right and cutting it off. The over comes to an end. But a pretty good over. Bowled there by Nation again. At least she's keeping the ball away from the fence. Nation. A few singles from it. And at the end of that over, Jamaica, a 98 for 4.
Another good over by Shadeen Nation. 15 for 2 from her 4 overs thus far. Putting things back for Jamaica, taking 2 wickets, 2 much needed wickets at the time. Nation, certainly an important player for Jamaica. We'll definitely need her when the time comes for Jamaica to bat.
So Wilmoth is back. No, it's not Wilmoth, it's Watts is back. Watts is. She's back. Had a good spell. Just didn't take the catches. See a little change in the weather here. The groundsmen are getting ready. The cloud are just hanging over. And all of a sudden it has become pretty dark here at Sand Hill. I think they should take the cue from the groundsmen. The wind has picked up and it has gotten a little dark here at Sand Hill. Seems like we'll be interrupted by rain again. As Watts looked to bowl a second delivery. The groundsmen are ready. They are queued up. And he calls the covers here at Sand Hill finally. Seems like you're going to be interrupted by some showers. All of a sudden, Romel, the place have gotten dark. There's a dark cloud above us. You hadn't seen any on the left-hand side, but it's a little bit white in the Beckway area. Not seeing Beckway as clear as we normally would. But you're interrupted here by rain. The umpires have called the covers on to the playing field, but a pretty interesting period of play here this morning since the beginning of the game so far.
Yeah, I think very interesting. Game could have gone a lot differently for Jamaica had they taken their catches. equally so, it could have ended up a lot differently for Leeward Islands had the two set batters in the form of Boyce and Edwards remained at the wicket. They had things in control, I dare say, and they were going pretty well. They didn't seem bothered at all. They took their chances. They lived a charmed life, and had they played differently, been a little bit more circumspect with their shot making, then it could be argued that the Leeward Islands could have been in a much better position, and so too for Jamaica. But as you said, it is raining now at Sand Hill. I don't think it would be a long shower. The wind is quite strong, so that's a good sign. We'll just have to keep our eyes on the clouds and our eyes on the heavens.
Well, here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Rain has interrupted play here at Sand Hill between Jamaica and Leewards. And at that interruption, it's what? 99 for 4 here as the rain comes here at Sand Hill. So whenever the rain has decided to subside and go to another side of the island, we would continue here with coverage between this very interesting teams, Jamaica and Leewards. Jamaica winning their first game. Leewards haven't won a game as yet, but in a pretty good position at 99 for 4. We'll be back to bring you continued coverage here at Sand Hill in this game.
in, no? Gosh, Shady in. Somebody come on, Curry. Curry, carry foul in them back. Teamwork on 3, 2, 3. Teamwork! Work, girls, start over. Start again.
Well, here back at Sand Hill, the rain have subsided. As my co-commentator said, it would be a short shower. So we have resumed play here at Sand Hill. With 2 more runs being added to the total. Now we are 101 for 4. So 100 coming up in just about 25 overs. So pretty good going here by Leewards. So Watts continue to bowl pretty well for Jamaica. Sun is out in all his glory once more here at Sand Hill.
It's going to be very important for the Leeward Islands to rebuild once more. After a break, we have to always be careful, especially the team batting. They always have to be very careful because wickets tend to fall right after a break. Jamaica, of course, will be hoping for that.
Sweeping that one. Getting close to the fence. Doesn't have the legs to take it over. So 2 more runs to Clarkston. 2 more runs to the Leeward Islands team. As they continue to mount a pretty good total here at Sand Hill. So after 25 overs here at Sand Hill in our 104. 104 for 4 against this Jamaican outfit here at Sand Hill.
A good shot by Clarkston, continuing from where she left off. Looking quite solidly before the break. Still looking quite solid. It's important that she stays as long as possible in the wicket for the Leeward Islands. Just 25 overs bowled, 15 more overs remaining. That's a lot of overs. Claxton is at the wicket. Hector is also at the wicket. They've gotten themselves a decent start, so they know how the wicket is playing. They just have to play smart cricket. There's a long off, there's a long on in place, deep mid wicket, a sweeper. Lots of singles and offer. Lots of singles and offer.
So, who comes back there? Is this White? So White returns. First delivery, smash through backward point for a single. Hector throwing the willow. Second spell of the fast bowlers. It's good to see. Fast bowlers bowling 2 spells.
Yep.
But the crease, Claxton and Hector for Leewards. Leewards not having the best of starts, but a good partnership between the skipper, Edwards, and Chief Butter, really, the lady who led the way in the T20 tournament. Boys, to bring them back. Over 50 runs partnership, 53, I think, in the middle, that brought them back now, and they are a total of 105 for 4. We are into over number 26.
Certainly going to expect a lot from Selena White. She was the hero in the last game. Bowls wicket to wicket mostly, and that is what you require here at Sand Hill.
So a good single there by Claxton and Hector. Just sneaking that single. Good calling, good responding, and really good allowed cricket by these two.
Very smart cricket. Importantly for the Leeward Islands, these 2 runners seem inclined to run those quick singles. Shows the importance of fitness at this level.
So another dot delivery being bowled here by White. It's big in stature, White. This one is hit nicely off the legs down to mid-on for another single. So over number 26 have been completed. We are now 107 for 4 Leeward Islands. So interrupted for like about 5 minutes or so, 5-6 minutes. Covers was pulled down, slight shower, and then they returned to the field after the break. Just to let the viewers know, this game has been reduced to 40 overs per side. We have already gone to 26 overs. And this is the first half. And the Leeward Islands won the toss and elected to bat. And they're presently at 107 for 4. A few chances have gone a begging, but that's cricket. You have seen a lot of catches being dropped in these tournaments. Different segments, T20 and also now the 50 overs, Super 50. Something that needs to be looked at, really. The feeling has not been the best from teams in this tournament. Dropped a lot of catches. A few balls have gone through the legs of the fielders. Real important things that should be looked at. Fielding, catching. Batting has not been at its best, really. Haven't had that outstanding player, except for Janelle Glasgow, Afi Fletcher, two Winward's players. Also have Bryce out of Leeward Islands. Played some pretty good innings in the T20 tournament. Saw a glimpse of a few other players, but their level of consistency is critically important. We have not seen that from the players, except for two persons I could probably single out and say they have batted consistently in this tournament, and they are from the Windies Islands, really. This one is short and pulled out to mid-wicket. Good bounce. Hector seems to like to throw the wheel at those deliveries. Except another single, Leeward's.
There's a double change for Jamaica. Opting to restart there. We start with two paces, the two opening bowlers in Kate Wilmot and Selena White. Good going thus far. Not a lot of runs being scored at the moment. Leeward Islands still sticking it out, still watching carefully. Claxton watching very circumspectly. And Hector certainly looks as though she can hit the ball very far. She's still there, important for the Leeward Islands. Jamaica would be very, very happy to get them out.
So it would be a little bit of hold up here as the physiotherapists have been called on. I think the ball struck the keeper somewhere in the head. So there must be a concussion test being given to the player, make sure that she's seeing and relating to things as she ought to. Umpires, this is a requirement of the ICC. Player seems to be okay.
Hopefully she is, Trevor. What we've seen so far from Wilmot, loves to test the middle of the wicket. Kate Wilmot, we saw her do that quite a bit in the T20 and in the earlier games in the 50-over version. Not shy at all. She has some pace. Which is good. Just have to keep working with her. The Jamaican authorities certainly has some potential, quite a bit of potential actually, and looks quite fit, which is always an important attribute, fitness in cricket. Lovely forward defense from Claxton. Not looking bothered at all this innings so far. Inclined to hit the ball on the ground, which is a good thing. Another short delivery by the fast bowler. This time Claxton was in prime position to come back on the back foot and executed the pull shot pretty well over the fielder. Backward square leg. 4 more runs to the Leeward Islands, and they're moving on quite well, the Leeward Islands. Selena White would continue bowling to Hector. Hector gets a lovely single, drives down to long on. Easy single, jog through. Brings young Claxton on strike. This is very, very good going so far, Trevor, for the Leeward Islands. Not looking bothered at all. They're getting the singles, which is what they want. There was a break, so they want to again re-cement themselves at the wicket so that they can push on later on. Still quite a bit of overs remaining. 12 after this. In the context of how things have gone, that's quite a bit. Another dot delivery bowled by Selena. Good going.
Well, she has come back into the attack and hit a pretty good line, White. Snagging away on that off stump. Clarkson is equally capable of doing what she's required as she turns that one to mid wicket for another single. So Leeward just tickling things over here as they continue to pile on the runs here. 114 it is. Two singles, waiting for the bad deliveries. Batted rather sensibly here, Leewards. This time she's throwing a kitchen sink at it and only finds the bowler in the way, who has a little bit of fire in her hands, trying to out it from the bat of Hector.
Seems as though Hector is about to lift the lid of the pot with that swing.
This time she's hitting it down to mid off, long off that is. Fielder comes around neatly, picks up and rallies it back into the bowler. Another single.
Yeah, good, excellent going by the Leeward Islands. These two have built up quite a bit of a partnership. They've been playing quite well. The run rate has gone above 4. It was 4 for most of the innings. It dropped below 4. Now it has gone back above 4.
Ooh, this one is hitting the outer portion of the bat, the edge, and runs down to third man. You hear the catching go up on the outfield, but goes past the keeper into the fence for 4. So, fortunate edge for Clarkston, and it goes into the fence for 4. And 4 more runs to the Leeward Island team as they continue to bat here at Sand Hill. They now push up their score to 119 for 4 in 28 overs.
Yeah, lovely going for the Leeward Islands. A definite push to move the scoring rate along from the Leeward Islands. So in that over, Hector attempting to go for 2 big shots, albeit all along the ground, which was a good sign. Playing smart cricket. Like I said, the run rate now is above 4. Ideally, they will want to get it to 5 and hopefully above 5. Stephanie Taylor now, if she has anything to say, she would want to stop that run rate, or slow it down, sorry, and get the wicket at least of Hector or Claxton. They need a wicket here, Jamaica. They need it badly. Big swipe across the line by Hector, only reaching as far as the mid wicket to cross for a single. Brings Claxton back on strike. Like I said, Hector looking like she's about to go, is about to explode. She's looking for that big hit. It's important though that she stays there. Quite a bit of a way to go, and they don't want a new batter at the crease facing these deliveries. Hector Claxton, sorry, driving down to the player on this sweeping on the boundary. Another single. Crosses and now brings Hector into strike. Good going, easy going for the Leeward Islands. It's certainly what they wanted. Trevor?
Yeah, they keep taking it over. That is important at this stage. They're getting the boundaries in between as Taylor comes back into the attack. This time she's hitting it airishly into the hands of the mid-on, who got one bounce. So she's challenging the fielders there, but it fell short of her. So she picks up another one. Hector. So Hector and Clarkston doing the job here for Leewards. Playing some smart cricket as well. Not trying to overhit it, but just playing the ball in the gaps and taking the singles out. Just like that. We're into the middle of the innings, so pretty good batting here by these two. A lot of singles on offer as the over comes to an end. So 123, 22 that is, for 4.
Well, the intent is right there. The intent to push the scoring rate along is right there. At least it is for Hector. Clarkson continues to bat smartly. Like I said, she has a good technique. We saw her punch that delivery down to long on. And also, as we all know, any player that can play an on drive in the appropriate manner, certainly a player to watch. Clarkson has indicated to us, by the way she has batted, that she is a decent player. Nation continues. A single and a single for Hector. She punched out to the point fielder. Cross for single brings Hector back on strike. I get a feeling that she's going to look for the big one, Hector. That delivery. Seems like she's trying to play each ball in its merit, which is a good thing for the Leeward Islands. They have played smartly so far, Leeward Islands. A big hit and Hector goes and is going to be caught. Hector winding up, going for that big hit, only reaching as far as long on. A simple but an important wicket there for Jamaica. Seeing the back of Hector, the way she has been batting, is good for Jamaica that they got her out. Certainly could have spelled much more danger for Jamaica hadn't they broken the partnership. But it's one more wicket for them. And
well, another wicket goes down for the Leeward Islands team at 123 for 5 now. And as we mentioned before, a lot of runs to be taken. But they continue to challenge those boundary riders. And they got out caught, really. Just like our Hector just got caught a while ago. Just played patient, wait until the time comes and he could do that. But she challenged the boundary riders and she got out caught at long on. But the umpires have called on the water cat and they're going to do some repairs to the pitch as well. So we will take a break here at Sandhill and return to bring you more coverage at about 2 or 3 minutes. Well, you have cricket again here at Sand Hill as Nation continues to bowl for Jamaica. Leeward just losing their 5th wicket here at Sand Hill. Slight break for some refreshments. So we have moved on now to 123. For 5. Nation has been brought back. This one is driven sweetly to a backward point. She's called for 1. She's looking for a second. Could be in trouble here. Oh, but they got home. So 2 more runs to the total. Moves up now to 126, is that? I'm missing a few runs there, currently.
Yep.
129. We have Clarkston on strike. Left-hander. Nation is with the ball in hand for Jamaica. So it's just about 30 overs completed.
They have 10 overs remaining in the innings. Leeward Islands, they have lost 5 wickets. Luckily for them, Clarkston is still at the wicket. She is on 30 and she's looking quite well. It's important for them, for the Leeward Islands, that she continues on her merit. 29 is the score, sorry. She has been joined by Tonya Martin. She's only faced 1 delivery. It'll be important for Tonya to stick with her. So they're facing up to Stephanie Taylor. Very experienced Stephanie Taylor. Jamaica still is sticking with the long off and long on, the mid-wicket and sweeper for the new batter. I think long off is coming in now. Maybe trying to keep Tonya Martin on strike for as long as possible to give them that chance of getting another wicket. Really, really impressed with the way Clarkston has batted so far for the Leeward Islands.
So Taylor continues from the road end. Single to the total. 130. Getting closer to that 150 runs. It's critically important in the context of this game. Clarkson looking ever so good after every delivery. One of the young, talented players in this tournament, Clarkson. Ooh, this one is coming through. A quicker delivery by the experienced Taylor. Clarkson went back to cut and it slid through the defense and into the stumps. Bold Taylor. Clarkson goes. A good delivery ball there by the veteran Taylor. Smart as well.
Yeah, not what the Leeward Islands would have wanted at this point. They've lost their 2 set batters. Clarkson now goes for well played 30. I think she played pretty well, choosing the wrong delivery to go back to. Not short enough at all and too close to the stump. So they would have been advised to get forward and play it to long off. But that's the game of cricket. Jamaica, they've gotten their 6th wicket, courtesy of the bowling of Stephanie Taylor. 130 now for 6 from 30.3 overs. Still a long way to go in this innings. Still 9 overs remaining after that. After this over, 4 wickets in hand. Jamaica, of course, would want to wrap it up as quickly as possible, while the Leeward Islands would want to first of all ensure that they bat the entire 40 overs allocated to them and to at least achieve a run rate of 4 in the least. Would want to get more than that, of course, but two new batters at the wicket. So you all know what tends to happen when new batters come in. And Jamaica, they've brought in a couple more fielders in the circle.
But some clever bowling there by Stephanie Taylor. She came around the wicket and changed the angle and bowled a flat and faster one. And Clarkson went back to cut and missed it completely. And it ricocheted into the stumps. And really good, clever bowling there by Taylor. Experience really coming out as she continues to plug away here for Jamaica. Jamaica have clawed their way back into this game against Leewards, picking up those 3 wickets or so. They were 77 for 4, 123 for 5, and now 130 for 6. So 2 quick wickets has brought things back nicely for Jamaica. As another single has been scampered there. And the Taylor over comes to an end here. So after 31 overs, they're 131 for 6.
Two new batters at the wicket. Now there's certainly hope to get up to at least 200. It's not going to be easy going if Jamaica gets their way. Have to tend with the bowling of nation.
So the senior stateswomen are doing the job here for Jamaica. That of Nation and Taylor bowling in tandem here. Doing a pretty good job. As I said, they're just clawing their way back into this game. Keeping the pressure on the Leeward Islands team. Bowling dot deliveries, picking up wickets. Easing back into this game is Jamaica. Anything less than 150 would count themselves into this game. Jamaica, after winning their last game they have played, the confidence are pretty much high. As the umpire signal leg by. Again, a quicker delivery by Nation into the keeper's glove. Smart, clever bowling. This one is driven up to mid-off. Easy single. So, the end of a Nation over. 32 overs completed. We are now 132 for 6.
Not bad going at all for the Leeward Islands. 133 by any measure, or at least by the measure we have seen so far in this tournament, is a decent total to defend. Certainly will get more than that, the Leeward Islands. How much more, we don't know. Seen Selena White, she has taken her mark, her run-up, so she will replace Stephanie Taylor, who has done very, very well for Jamaica. I believe I have to get her figures. I believe she finished her quota of overs. It's up now to Selena White to try to finish things off for Jamaica and get those wickets. We all know that she bowls wicket to wicket, so that's a good thing. She'll be aiming at those stumps. The field is set accordingly. There's mid-off in place, long on in place, deep mid-wicket, a sweeper and a third man. Playing it safe, Jamaica. Not taking anything for granted.
So White has changed ends She's now returned to the end that she started from. First delivery is a dot. So Jamaica looking to finish things here with the introduction of the fast bowler, I should think. This one is hit. Making some room, but only finding the field at mid-off in her way. Seems to look like she wants to get things going here. Is Martin. Seeing some signs of aggression. Oh, she went for that. Missed it completely into the keeper's glove. Seems as though she's ready to score. She has to make contact with that or those deliveries. It's a good start here in this 34th over. Another single.
Not a bad over so far by Selena White. So far, she's bowled 5.3 overs, 17 runs, 1 wicket. She'd love to add a little bit more to that last column. Keeping it simple, Selena White. Looking more often than not to bowl lines, proper lines and proper lengths. Unlike her opening partner in Kate Wilmot, opting often to test the middle of the wicket out. Certainly has a lot more pace, a little bit more pace than Selena White.
Trouble here, trouble here. The ball was struck with power. Straight to mid-off. She took off. And the fielder at mid-off had no choice than to throw it back to the wicket-keeper. It was cried out. And she goes run out. So Leeward have lost the wicket of Martin to the run out route.
Yeah, really a comedy of errors there by Jamaica, by the Leeward Islands. It was driven firmly to the fielder mid-off. Seemed to be no calling whatsoever, no clear calling. There was some hesitation back and forth. In the end, the Leeward Islands has lost the wicket of Moses. Not driven firmly as replay shows. Straight to mid-off. Jamaica, of course, would be happy for that wicket. Leeward Islands have to be very careful here, not getting bowled out within their 40 allotted overs. They have 3 wickets in hand, 134 for 7. So they have to measure between getting that runs, increasing that score rate and keeping their wickets in hand. But it's going to take some time for the new batters to get acclimatized to the wicket. So that's the other challenge. Jamaica, of course, won't mind that.
It's just something that we have seen over the tournament where we have two batters who gets into the wicket, has a very good partnership, and then there's no other response from the other batters. The other batters just don't normally challenge the scorer. It just collapses. We have seen that with a number of teams in this tournament where 2 persons have put up a pretty good partnership and all of a sudden in the middle everything falls away. Leewards have to be very careful, as you said, that they don't bat the allotted 40 overs. They are now 134 for 7. And based on this tournament and how things have gone, They are looking to be bowled out within that 40 overs. I think Jamaica would be happy with that score. To chase. As the nation continues to bowl for Jamaica. It's trying to get that one around the corner. Not making contact. It's a good comeback here for Jamaica after the break. Picking up those wickets. Now bowling tight. Oh, through the defense. And into the stumps. Another wicket goes. 100 and 134 for 8 now. Leeward Islands as we head close to the end of this innings.
Yeah, certainly not what the Leeward Islands would have hoped for. Nation keeping it simple, wicket to wicket, keeping it flat, not flighting those deliveries. Of course, she's bowling to the tail enders. So Leeward failing to give the scores any trouble at all. Leeward's now not in the best of positions. They have runs on the board. Yes, 135 for 8. Certainly defendable. But certainly would not want less than 160, I dare say, 170. Not sure if that's a little bit too ambitious for the Leeward Islands, Trevor, given the fact that they have lost 8 wickets, 2 new batters at the wicket. And I'm guessing they're batting at number 9 and number 10 for good reason.
8, 9, 10, Jack. Have a go. So it's Nation who continues to bowl well for Jamaica. She has always been able to play a role within this team, and she has done it pretty well. Nation, she always carries that nation of Jamaica on her back. She continues to fight here and bowl well for Jamaica. That's the end of the over. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands 134 for 8, for 7. For 8, sorry, 134 for 8.
With 6 overs remaining, it'll be interesting to see how these batters play it out, whether or not they look to just get the singles or they go for the big hit. Jamaica seems as though they're going to continue with spin. If my eyes are serving me right. So it's a change in bowling. Selena White is off. It's going to be replaced by a spinner. I think that's Vanessa Watts. About to take up the attack, Trevor.
Yeah, she comes back. So one of the better bowlers. Had 3 catches dropped off of her in the early stages. She's back now to tighten things up and get rid of the other 2 wickets remaining. And immediately she's on the money as this camp another one through mid wicket.
A similar type of bowler what is to Nation. Bowls with a flat trajectory. Not looking to buy any wicket at all. Not looking to fight it up at all. Some changes in the field by the captain looking to squeeze the new batter.
That was it straight to Taylor. She took off and then turned back. Got home safely.
Hi, Winnie. How are you, sweetie? Hungry? Food is for waiting.
Changing the feel as sort out the helmet for Martin.
So with this break in play, 100 and let's say the Leeward Islands get to 160 runs. Judging from what we've seen so far with the Jamaican batting lineup, is it a score that they can manage? And judging from how this Surreal pitch has played so far, and of course you have to consider the potency of the Leeward Islands bowling. Is it something that Jamaica can pull out?
Yeah, they can, but they have to be smart about it. They have to bat around the likes of Stephanie Taylor to get to this total. She will play a critical role in getting to that tournament, to that total as well. You have to be very circumspect in respect of how you go about your innings. Look for the singles, look for the ones, look for the twos, push hard, look for the bad deliveries, dispatch them, and try not to lose a lot of wickets up front. If you lose a lot of wickets up front, then it brings back the pressure on you as the batting team. It's 40 overs to get the runs which are on the tin. But if you lose wickets, you're putting yourself into that hole where you could be suffocated.
Certainly right with that. A lot also will depend on the batting of Nation, Williams, Mackenzie. She batted quite well in their first 50 over game. So a lot will depend on those two to ensure that they have that cadence going into their batting. You want to develop that as much as possible as a batting unit so that things flow well, build that rhythm of scoring runs, not getting bogged down.
So what's continue to bowl tightly for Jamaica as the over come to an end. So 137 for 8 here at Sandhill. We are down to the last 5 overs. 137 for 8, Leeward Islands. Looking for that magical figure of 150. But Taylor would have something to say about that. She's ball in hand. She's whipping it through mid-wicket. She's gone for 1. She's back for 2. Some good cricket there by these two.
Change of ends for Stephanie Taylor, hoping to bring her a little bit more luck this time around. Jamaica opting to use the spinners to close off the event, the innings, sorry.
Another dot delivery. This time it's in the air. A easy catch on offer there. Running from long off. And another wicket goes for Leeward's. A gift really. And she took it with both hands.
Yeah, good strike there by Stephanie Taylor. I mean, trying to go over the top, only reaching as far as mid-off. As the long off fielder had to run in to take that catch. Quite a simple catch in the end. He was losing another wicket. So they would want to ensure that they bat the entirety of the 40 overs. Have 1 wicket in hand, the Leeward Islands. We how things have been going. It doesn't seem as though that they would bat the entire 40 overs at all. Stephanie Taylor still has 3 more deliveries to go. Certainly bowling wicket to wicket. Stephanie Taylor. $139 now for the loss of 9 wickets. Still in the 36th over. Captain Rashada Williams making some slight adjustments to the field. The new batter is Aaliyah Weeks. Going forward and looking solid as ever. Another dot delivery. Has to keep out 1 more delivery remaining for Stephanie Taylor. And there goes for big swipe. Not middling it as well as she hoped. Getting as far as long on. Single to her. Gets off strike. So she's going to take strike for the next over. 4 more overs remaining. 24 legal deliveries. The Leeward Islands would want to get as much runs as possible. And of course, Jamaica will want to finish off this innings within this over. They're now 140 for 9. Competitive total, nonetheless. It's going to be Vanessa Watts to continue the bowling. She'll be bowling 2 weeks. Stifled appeal. Dot delivery nonetheless. Watts asking a polite question of the umpire. Don't think there was a lot of hope in getting that out LBW. Obviously too high according to the umpire. Wide signal, one more run added to the total. One more precious run. Big driven down to long on. It's a single weeks. Good single to have. Brings a new batter Martin on strike. Has 6 to her name, Martin. Plays to the onside this time. Crosses for single. Score is ticking along. 142 now. For the loss of 9 wickets. Still some deliveries left. Fair amount of deliveries remaining. 3 overs, 2 balls. And she drives through cover. They cross for 1. They're going to cross for 2. Jamaica doesn't want to unloosen those screws at all. They've been going well so far. It's the end of an over for Vanessa Watts for Jamaica. So Leeward is now 145 for 9. 3 overs remaining. $145 for 9 will definitely be a challenge in total for Jamaica. As long as they get a good start though, they should be able to knock it off, but a lot depends on the start they get. We've seen that as long as you do not get a good start, you're basically put on the back foot right away. I think Selena White has returned, replaced Stephanie Taylor. Keeper's up to the wicket, keeping well, skipper. She's shown some good talent as a wicket keeper, keeping up to the paces. So it certainly augurs well for Jamaica and West Indies.
Well, something you haven't seen in a while, a good wicket keeper.
Single to Martin, drive it down to the long off fielder. Scores, goes up by 1. One precious run. They just have to ensure they bat out the entirety of the overs. A dot delivery here for Jamaica. 3 legal deliveries so far, 1 run. Weeks is on strike. He's trying to get those runs for the Leeward Islands. A big hit across there, and there's a big appeal, and the umpire raises a finger, and that's the end of the Leeward Islands innings. 146 all out in 37.4 overs. Oh, what an innings, Trevor. Not sure if the Jamaica batting lineup will get it, but they'll certainly try. They still have Stephanie Taylor and Nation and the like to go ahead and try to get this total. They certainly would want a victory, not getting the best time of it in the T20 version of the tournament, but has come back quite well, having beaten Barbados in the previous game. So they should fancy themselves getting over this hurdle and bringing home this match. Congratulations.
Well bowled to Jamaica. It started out pretty nicely for them this morning, getting 2 early wickets and pulling things back against the Leeward Island team. And then they got that partnership between Bryce and the skipper, Edwards, who really brought them back into the game. And then Clarkson came in with Hector, had a good partnership as well. But that was broken by the veteran Taylor. And then from then on in, they never really give any resistance. And all of a sudden, they are now bowled out for 146. And really, as you said before, it should not be a daunting task for the Jamaicans, but the Leeward Islands team has a pretty good bowling attack, and they depend heavily on their spinners, so they would have their work cut out for them as well. So does the batters. So at the end of the first half of this game, Leeward Islands winning the toss and electing to bat. They have been bowled out for 146. And what is key as well is that they have not batted their allotted 40 overs. So we'll be right back here at Sandhill in 10 minutes or so to bring you live coverage and the rest of this game, the another half, where Jamaica will take the crease and try to get 147 for victory at Sandhill. Welcome back to Sand Hill Playing Field, where we are here in the second half of this West Indies Women's 50 over Super 50 overs, 50 overs tournament between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. The Leeward Islands first took the crease, and they were bowled out for 146 all out, and the Jamaicans have taken the crease in this, the second half. Pretty quiet start so far. With me is Romel Currency. Romel, your thoughts on the innings of the Leeward Islands team and the start to the Jamaican innings so far?
Yeah, good afternoon again to you, Ken Roy, and to all those listening in to this match between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. .146 scored by the Leeward Islands. Certainly could have gotten a lot more than that. And Jamaica, truthfully, given the amount of chances that they dropped, could have restricted them for a lesser score than 146. But be it as it may, the Leeward Islands, they have 146 to defend. Jamaica is on its way, certainly gettable. The wicket is not devilish in any way at all. Seems to be a decent batting wicket so far. There was a bit of moisture at the very start, so that moisture still remains because it's not too hot here in St. Vincent.
So Jamaica looking for their second victory in this tournament. Leeward Islands have not won a game in this tournament. The defending champions, or the champions of the T20 tournament, just held there. Pretty positive start by the fast bowler from the Leeward Islands team. It's a slip, backward point, cover, as she opened up the face and runs it down to third man, and little fumble there by the third man. Nothing extra. Another run. So after the first over, Jamaica in reply to the Leeward Islands 146. They are 2 without loss.
Seeded start here for Jamaica, just 2 without loss. Jamaica opting to open the batting with Mackenzie and Scott. Previously, Rashada Williams, the captain, opened the batting with Mackenzie. Jamaica opting to go a different route this time around. 1 over bowl so far by the Leeward Islands, that of Hector. 2 runs coming from it. Very uneventful over. 39 runs in which to get 145 more runs for victory. And 234 deliveries. Leeward Islands, of course, will think they are in a good position to win this game. Jamaica should as well think that they are equally in a good position to win this game. Lots of noise coming, lots of support, I should say, not noise, lots of support you're hearing in the background from the Jamaican players. Always very supportful of their players, Jamaica.
Claxton. Swan is down to third man. So you have Scott and Mackenzie opening the batting for Jamaica. And the 2 fast bowlers from the Leewards, Claxton and Moses. So pretty good start so far, sedated as was said before. A lot of excitement. The excitement is coming from the players' pavilion here from the Jamaicans. So, yeah. So, pretty tense game between these two. A lovely shot up to mid-off. Clarkson, a very aggressive approach. Comes through very smooth as well. A lovely follow through as well. That's corrected there. It's Moses. Young fast bowler.
Certainly a good steady start by the Leeward Islands. Moses running in very enthusiastically. Online so far, keeping it steady. One run from the over thus far.
Leg by signal by the umpire as well. So as I said earlier, pretty good total on the board here by the Leeward Islands. The Jamaicans have to bat pretty well to get to this total of 146. But it's Moses with the ball as she runs away. Wrap on the pad. Umpire not really interested. Half-hearted appeal. Not how says the umpire. There's a slip, a backward point, a cover, short extra cover. A mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket. A fine leg and a third man. Moses with her own style and her own way as she chips, runs off. Again. So good communication between these two. Getting another single. So that brings you over to an end. The Moses over to an end. And after that over is 4 without loss Jamaica, 5 without loss Jamaica. And this is the second over, looking for a total of 147 against the Leeward Islanders, who have already batted the majority of the day. So, as you said, a sedated start. Haven't really seen the use of the power play, maximizing of the power play really in this tournament. In both formats, haven't seen anybody take on the bowlers, try to get to those runs to get the bonus points and all that. Haven't seen it. This one is a good lifting delivery outside the off stump. And these two seems to be generating some pace from this wicket currency.
Yeah. I'm looking at Hector. She certainly does have a good run-up. Certainly has a build, a fast bowler's build. Certainly somebody you can work with, judging from how she looks. Her physique certainly says that she can bowl at a decent click. Importantly as well, Trevor seems to have her lines and lengths correct, no wides. We've seen that so often from many of the bowlers bowling a new ball. Not Hector. She's pretty much on target so far. She has to bowl against a left and a right-hander, so that makes it even more harder.
This one is outside the off stump. Well taken there by Bryce. Seems rather casual in taking that. Very smooth. Bryce. She makes cricket look rather easy, Romel.
Bryce certainly batted well for 37.
Excellent glove work again by Bryce, falling in short of her, in front of her, and she just, as you say, clean that up and just pass it on to the slip. Really lovely work by her. Hector continues. Big lady, she has beautiful shot. That brings her a single, but that was well played down to third man. On top of it, and open up the face and run off the third man for another single.
Yeah, good shot by Mackenzie. That's what the Jamaican batters should be aiming to do. Lots of time at the crease. As long as you stay there, runs will come. We saw that when the Leeward Islands batted. She just has to stay there, Mackenzie and Scott.
There's some casualness there by the fielder, giving away an extra run. You have seen that on so many occasions during this tournament, and it could cost you in the end, really, in a shorter version of the game. These little errors, but at the end of 3 overs, it's 7 without loss. Jamaica, when they play to Leeward's 146.
Yeah, not the best of feeling efforts there by the Leeward Islands. The player in question, Amanda Edwards, captain of the Leeward Islands. I would love to find out if she's carrying an injury, because we saw on a few occasions when she batted, there were toes on off and she refused basically to run. She's more or less walking. So I would love to believe that she's carrying an injury. Otherwise than that, we can safely class it as poor cricket.
So it's cut and strike. Moses. It's a good competition between ball and bat here so far. You haven't seen anything out of the ordinary from these fast bowlers and the batters. Everybody seems to be playing everything on its merit. Fast bowlers are hitting a good line and length. No excess. Bowling with good pace as well, Moses. She hustles Clark. She has a little spring in her step, Moses. Good to see that. I love the line and length. Hitting the wicket hard as well. And also rushes on to the batter. Solid bat. Out to mid-off. Edwards does the feeling. Quiet time here. Pretty good conditions to cricket. The sun has just slipped into the clouds. And it's rather cool here at Cyan Hill. This one is driven straight back into the hands of Moses. She puts down the catch. But that was hit with some power as well. She hasn't moved from the position she was, but that was struck with some serious power.
Yeah, that was a very, very good shot by Leonard Scott, albeit it went into the air, but he went with quite a bit of power, as Martin said. The bowler just going down for a little bit, looking at her hand. Hope it's not any permanent injury to speak about. Doesn't seem that way. The physio is out, giving some attention to the bowler. I think she's going to be alright. It's good going, stable going on both sides. Not a lot of excitement to talk about so far in this innings by Jamaica. Leeward Islands keeping it pretty much steady. No wides to speak about. So they're very disciplined so far. They have been, the Leeward Islands. They will need to be 10 runs so far from 3.5 runs overs, sorry. Supposed to speak about why there's the first wide, Martin.
Yeah, just slipping outside the off stump. I think that blow to the hand may have caused us to lose a little bit. Moses again. Well played, soft hands. Picks up another single there. So nothing adventurous so far. I've seen basic cricket being played by these two teams. Fast bowlers hitting the line and lengths. And the batter just playing each ball on its merit. Jamaica knowing that they have to get to 146. Needs partnership. Needs to spend time at the crease as well, these batters. Fast bowlers has bowled pretty decently so far. But the problem comes in when you introduce the spinners. Then they would have to readjust their game. But pretty sedate start here between these two teams. Cool conditions. As Hector is into a third over. Scott is on strike. This one is driven sweetly to backward point. Seems to favor the offside, Scott. But Hector comes on to the bat. Bowls a heavy ball as well, Hector. Finds the fielder in the way again.
Very impressed with Hector so far, Trevor. Judging from the way she batted, I thought she batted pretty well. Seems to have a lot of potential. I'm now looking at her bowling. Seems to be somebody definitely for the future.
Oh, there's an appeal. Went through the bat and pad. What a sound, really. Went into the keeper's glove of Bryce. Yeah. Hector appealed, not out says the umpire, but she's still there. It's a confident appeal by Hector. Turned down by the umpire. Continue to do well here, the fast bowlers for Leewards. Yeah, that fourth and fifth stump line into the keeper's glove.
Certainly excellent bowling so far by the Leeward Island fast bowlers. Hector in the third over only has conceded 5 runs.
There's some smart cricket there by these two. Good calling, good responding as well. And has some positive cricket coming from them there. They would have to do a lot of that. So that full toss above the waist, signal no ball by the umpire. Free hit on the offer here now. So Mackenzie has the opportunity to free her arms. And she hits that one over mid-wicket. Has she made total use of it? Yes, she does. It goes over the fence and into the pavilion for 4. So it has been a while since you have seen somebody make maximum use of a free hit, and she did that very well, hitting it over mid-wicket for 4. Good shot.
Yeah, that was certainly a good release shot for the Jamaicans. The Leeward Islands previously were keeping it tight. Hector erring there by bowling a full toss way above head height. Looked very dangerous. Umpires rightly calling it a no ball and resulting in a free hit for Jamaica. Mackenzie was quite apt at getting or taking advantage of that full toss. Jamaica now moves on to 18 without loss from 5 overs. Christina Mackenzie now, she has 7 from 12 deliveries. Diana Scott, she also has 7 runs. Fast bowler continues. Alicia is guided down to third man for a single. Good shot. Scott comes off strike and brings Mackenzie back in strike. Good start to the over. That's what they want to do. They want to try to aim for those singles. The longer you spend at the wicket, the better it is going to be for you. Moses bowls. Dot delivery from Mackenzie. Mackenzie needs to be patient. She has shown some patience so far. None of the batters been inclined to go over the top. Lena Scott, however, has shown some aggression. She previously hit the ball back to the bowler firmly. Half chance, if you will. A quick single, very, very good batting by Jamaica. Mackenzie realizing the fielder at mid-wicket, a little bit out, not too closing, dropping the ball just in front, and the cross for easy single in the run. That's extremely good running by the Jamaicans. Jamaicans, of course, are known for their athletic ability. No need to expound on that too much. Dot delivery firmly driven by Lena Scott, certainly look more showed as each ball is bowled to her. Looks like she's growing in confidence. All goes well for Jamaica. Jamaica now 20 without loss from 5.3 overs. Beaten there. Scott trying to dab that one down to third man, not getting any sort of connection. A dot ball. That's 2 runs from that over. Good comeback given the previous over by Hector, who bowled a no ball and gave Jamaica a free hit, which was taken advantage of by Mackenzie, hitting that lovely 4 over mid-wicket. So Jamaica still batting strongly. Lena Scott is still at the wicket. Mackenzie is also at the wicket. Mackenzie will be facing up to Hector. 20 without loss from 6 overs. Even Stevens, as they say. Very good all-round cricket by Jamaica. Mackenzie again deciding to drop the ball just in front of her. And Lena Scott backing up extremely well. Call her through for a single. That's what Mackenzie needs to do from here on out. Just look to pick up the single. She's going to get the bad deliveries every now and again. She has Scott there with her, who has been looking quite ambitious given the shots that she has played so far. Scott now facing up to Hector. Comes forward in the appropriate manner. Point fielder feels lovely. Like I said, Martin, I really like the look of Hector. Yes, she bowled that no ball, but I'm looking at her all-round cricketing ability. The way she batted, she gave good support to her batting partner when she was at the wicket. Certainly has a lot to offer. Another dot delivery there by Hector. She so far bowled 3.3 overs, 12 runs, not bad going at all. Wide ball signal there by the umpire. She'll have to bowl that over. Leewards, they have done well so far. They don't want to get complacent. They want to keep it tight. Jamaica, they have been going well so far. They're doing the right thing. They're looking for those singles. Drop and run. That's the name of the game. Another wide delivery signal by the umpire. Hector losing some of her control. You have to recalibrate that radar system, Hector. Started out well with the new ball. Still a newish ball, but should be swinging a little bit less. Easier to control. Yes, Martin, that's one of the issues with a lot of the cricketers we have seen so far. As soon as they bowl 3 overs, especially the fast bowlers, they tend to get tired. And we know what tiredness does to a fast bowler. Can become rather erratic. This one is pulled by Lena Scott down to the fine leg region, across for single. Brings Mackenzie on strike. Fitness is so important in this format. If you bat first or if you bowl first, then you have to go and bat. It takes a lot from you. If you're not quite fit, it affects your concentration and affects your performance.
I do agree with you there, Currency, that fitness is critically important to this game of cricket and any form of sports, really. It helps you mentally, physically. It gets you ready for any sort of competition unless you're not physically fit in a particular way. You could be fit as well, but you have to be fit enough to play a particular game or sports or take part in a particular event. Not because somebody's have a little bit of bounce in their steps and so on, slimmer or have more weight, than it means that they're not physically fit or they're not fit to play a particular sport. So fitness varies, depends on what you're involving. But as it is presently, Jamaica versus the Leeward Islands, it's now 24 without loss. We have gone through 7 overs so far, and it has been a pretty interesting game between these two. There's always a competition. There's always a fight between these two teams, Leewards and Jamaica. As I said, both teams are aggressive by nature. As Moses continues with her spell here.
Tap down to third man, Lena Scott. Well played. Crosses for single. Looking easier. Batting is looking easier and easier. As Moses continues, she's into her 4th over. Moses keeping a good line and length so far. Just 8 runs so far from her 3.1 overs. Jamaica 25 now without loss. You wouldn't be worrying too much about the run rate as long as they keep wickets in hand. That is the key, keeping wickets in hand.
It's always important to keep wickets in hand in the shorter version of the game, whether T20 or 50 overs, and you're chasing a target of 140 yard. You must keep wickets in hand for the later portion of the game. You need to have that foundation laid. The one that has been laid now is pretty good, 25 without loss, and you can't fault them at all here. Pretty good going here by the Jamaican openers, but a pretty good spell by the fast bowlers as well. That one has been pulled, attempted to pull. That one rushed into the glove, and another single.
Certainly right there, Martin Moses attempting a shorter delivery, unlike what we've seen so far from her. Keeping the ball pretty much up to the batter, deciding to test the sense of the wicket. Not so very successful, resulting in a single from Mackenzie. Could have gone for a lot more. And that, no harm, no foul. Lena Scott is back on strike. Lena Scott, sorry. Still early times here. Still 121 runs remaining for Jamaica to get. Ball to Lena Scott. Nicely punched off the front foot to the field at point. No run, nonetheless. Dot delivery. I think the wicket is playing a lot easier now, Martin. Certainly looks easy from out here.
I think the ball is coming on nicely to the bat this evening. I think it kind of held back a little bit this morning, but it's coming on very nicely to the bat. I think it's a difference in bowling. The fast bowlers from the Leeward Islands team has a little bit more pace than the others from Jamaica. So it's kind of coming on to the bat very nicely, and he could play your shots as well.
Good. There's another dot delivery there by Moses. Outside off stump. Lena Scott not opting to play a shot. We want a lot more of that. I think I missed that. The umpire did signal wide. You see, I missed that wide. Yeah, so wide extra run there for Jamaica. Beautiful shot by Scott. Moses ball a little bit short, and Scott obliged by punching it through the cover region. Ball running away to the boundary. 4 runs, 4 lovely runs by Jamaica. This change in opening position for Scott is really providing dividends for the Jamaican team. So Jamaica is fully on their way. 31 now without loss.
Yeah, she has played a few good shots, but has always found the feeler. This one, he got the gap and rushed off the outfield and into the fence for 4 lovely shots.
A good comeback by Moses. That's the end of the over. 31 now without loss. End of the 8th over, and that's the end of the power play. More than likely you're going to see some change in bowling. Hector did look a little bit tired after her last over, and that was evident by the full toss that she bowled and a couple short deliveries. That was unlike what we had seen for her first 3 overs. Certainly going to be a change in bowling now. Not sure who's going to come on at the moment. It's the captain having a conversation with the umpire, still waiting to see who's going to bowl next. Keeper is up to the wicket, so I'm assuming it's going to be a spinner.
Yeah, normally they go to their spinner. She bowls just into the power play. One of the better spinners in the tournament. She's pretty tight as well.
It's going to be Kiana Joseph from the airport end. She'll be bowling left arm orthodox, going into the batter. The mid wicket is going out. Obviously, ball will be turning into the left hand, assuming that there is turning offer. Still 5 fielders on the offside. It's Kiana. Good start for Kiana. Right on target. Mackenzie coming forward, looking quite assured. Dot delivery. Kiana Joseph obviously played for West Indies. Kiana Joseph opting to bowl left arm around to the left-hander. 2 deliveries so far without a run. It's landed perfectly. Good lines and length.
And this is where the Leeward Island team is so good, and where they have played pretty good cricket. They have really outplayed the others in the middle of the game, where Kiana comes on and bowls tightly, and wickets begin to fall. As you see, dot balls being bowled after dot balls, you're creating that pressure. So she's very important in the lineup, in the setup here for the Leeward Islands team, as she continues to bowl well here. This is what she does, Kiana Joseph, for the Leeward Islands team.
Yeah, certainly good steady bowling from Kiana Joseph. Not complicated by any means. A short run up. It's content and just putting the ball in the right places. It's a full toss. Mackenzie not able to take full advantage of that full toss. You don't want to get in that mindset as a batter. I'm sure Mackenzie will be looking for runs, but you have to always be in a position to take advantage of any lost delivery. Maiden over being bowled first up by Kiana Joseph after the 9th over. Jamaica 31 without loss, chasing 146.
Yeah, steady bowling here by Joseph, keeping things intact, keeping things tight here for the Leewards. But a pretty good start for the Jamaicans here. They have not lost a wicket in the first power play or so. That is kudos to them, but they still need to get to 146. This game could change with a wicket or two. But I think it's a pretty solid start for the Jamaicans here in the second half of this game. And this is where you have to really put your head down and bat these two. They are already in, they are settled, so they need to carry their bats as far as possible if Jamaica is to get over the line, these two.
Definitely right, Trevor. It's going to be a change in bowling. I'm waiting to see. I think it's going to be Amanda Edwards. Captain Amanda Edwards. She'll be bowling from the cable and wireless end. As we hear some raindrops on our roof. First delivery is going to be there's an appeal. No signal from either of the umpire. So dot delivery so far. At the moment, the groundsmen, they're heading towards the covers.
Yeah, it's coming a little bit heavier here. And all of a sudden the place and the surrounding has changed somewhat. But it's sort of slipping away from us.
Edwards again bowls his off spinners. Bowling from right arm over. A 5-field placement. Only 4 on the onside. Indication of the level of turn. So not a lot of turn on offer so far. Big sweep. Small play. Ball goes down to player on the 45 on the onside. Umpire signal leg by. Another run for Jamaica. 32 now. Jamaica. Umpire still continuing with play here at Sarnil. It's drizzling somewhat. Groundsman, they stand ready. No signal yet from the umpire. Mackenzie's on strike now. Comes forward and that's a dot delivery. Big swing and a miss from Mackenzie. Ball angling down leg side. Mackenzie seeing the free hit. not being able to capitalize on it, resulting in another dot delivery. Oh, punch to the offside is Mackenzie. Just evades the fielder at cover. Long mid-off, giving chase to it, only resulting in one run. It's an argument that it could have been two had there been more urgency shown at the wicket. But nonetheless, we got a single there, another bad over, another bad start to a spell. Edwards, one run from it, well, 2 runs from it, one being a leg by. Jamaica now 33 without loss after 10 overs.
Yeah, just to let you know, Bryce, she got 37, Claxton, she got 29, Edwards, she got 27 in the innings of the Leeward Islands team. And in reply, Jamaica here are 33 without loss. A very good foundation being laid here. These two need to carry their bat, continue batting here. Clark and Mackenzie. So, as Joseph continues to bowl tightly here at Sandhill, slight shower around from drops on top of the roof here. The gunsmen are on standby as Joseph continues to bowl around the wicket, keeping things very close to the batter, very tight bowling here. Very content with her bowling. Batsmen have to be very careful as they go about their duty and their task. She has this scamper single. That's good calling. Good cricket there. Realizing that Joseph was on her back foot and she really called her other partner. She responded. And a well-taken single between these two. Yes, a good communication here between these two. And that is something that they have to do a little bit more often. And knowing the fitness of the Leeward Islands team, really, you could have a few singles in and out side of the ring. But pretty good bowling here by Joseph, as covers, the sweeper has been brought into covers. Joseph around the wicket. Ooh, that's a good one. Stifled appeal there by Joseph. But no response from our umpire Abbott. 35 without loss. It's a full toss. And another misfield. A direct hit, but she was already at home. So the misfields continues here. B6. Another run. So Mackenzie is now on strike. Joseph with the ball around the wicket. Lovely batting, solid as a rock. Mackenzie strokes it down to mid-off. She looks technically correct. High elbow. Right over the ball. She turns that sweetly down to fine leg. She's off for one. So good running again. Smart cricket by these two. So that brings you over to an end after 11 overs. Jamaica in reply to the Leeward Islands 146. They have notched up so far 37 without losing a wicket.
Jamaica putting themselves in a very, very good position here, Ken Roy. They're batting pretty smartly. The important thing is that they're looking for every run. The Leeward Islands, they have not done justice to themselves at all. Haven't given away a couple of singles. Toting that over. Kiana ball going almost straight back to her and allowing a single. Again, we often speak about how important fitness is, but that's another debate for another time.
So Edward continues the bowl for Leeward, skipper. This one is driven up to cover again, finding the fielder in the way. Pretty quiet, cool conditions here for cricket. Jamaicans probably saying they should have gotten this when they won the field. And the blatant sun. 3-dot balls on a trot. We're into over number 12. 38 without loss. Oh, some good tight bowling here by these two. You may see these two bowl at least the quarter of their overs, but I don't think they would like to take themselves out of the game completely. These two bowlers, they are too important to the Leewards. So they probably might bowl 6 overs as that one is edged down to third man. So another single.
So they have played smart cricket so far, Trevor. Not looking to go over the top because it's not necessary at all. They've played themselves in. They've run hard. They've run smartly, which is important, which is always important. And they've looked to play the ball in the gap. Really impressed with how Mackenzie and Lena Scott, again, Lena Scott opening for the first time in this 50 over version. Doing her country quite well for her country, Lena Scott.
So 12 overs completed here. They are 39 without loss. Seems like Jamaica has found their niche up front here with these two batters opening the batting here for the first time. 39 without loss. They have struggled in the other tournaments. They have won a game before this one, but they are doing exceptionally well here at 39 without loss. Can't complain. Looking for that total of 146.
Yeah, they need a wicket. They need a wicket desperately here. Leeward Islands. Still going to be looking to Kiana Joseph with a left arm spin. He's now will be bowling to Lena Scott. Seems to be in good nick. Not looking to be overly aggressive, of course.
Joseph continues to be pretty tight. Miss White saying to big up Miss White on the broadcast. All the Jamaicans, big up Miss White. As Joseph continues to bowl pretty tightly. Ooh, that one is played smartly down to third man, but some good feeling there by Clarkston at third man. So we're seeing some interesting cricket here, Romel. It's cat and mouse somewhat. Leeward's looking for a wicket. Jamaica looking to put more runs on the board. Yeah, very good run, good calling. Excellent cricket.
Yeah, that really has been the feature of their innings so far, Jamaica. Like I said, not looking to be overly aggressive. They realize that they can still get singles and keep up with the run rate. Required run rate is not anything to scream about. They have wickets in hand. That is what is important. So they are getting the singles, and eventually they're going to start getting the boundaries a little bit more frequently. As long as they stay there, confidence will be built.
Again, another dot ball, creating that pressure as well. Kiana, not giving away anything at all. Mackenzie seems to be timing that ball very nicely as well. Comes off to the bat with some speed, and her timing looks immaculate. This one is pulled over mid-wicket. One bounce, fielder comes in and fields. Good throw, one bounce into Bryce. So good cricket all around here. So that brings you over to an end.
Yeah, Kiana Joseph opting to entice the batter. I'm assuming that she bowled that on purpose. Mackenzie not able to take full advantage of that full toss. Kiana would argue that she didn't get to bowl it the way she wanted. But nonetheless, it has resulted in a run for Jamaica. Jamaica keeps plugging away, keeps going at it. Mackenzie 15 from 35 deliveries. Rena Scott 17 from 44, but that's not what is important. What's important is that they have all 10 wickets in hand, and these players, they're getting more confident and more confident as the game goes on. So that is what's important for Jamaica. Leeward, they need a wicket badly.
So Edward, the captain, continues. This one is driven sweetly by Mackenzie. This one has pierced the gap. This one will find the ropes. It have enough legs. As I said, she's timing the ball sweetly. She's playing some lovely shots. And that is exceptional. Through the covers, found the gap, and no one can stop that 4 runs.
Yeah, that was indeed a lovely shot by Mackenzie. A little bit in the air, but away from the field at cover and point. And it ran away to the boundary. 4 more runs to Jamaica.
Yeah, she's growing in confidence, Mackenzie. Seems to be timing it really nice. And at the same juncture, in the first innings, after 13 overs, the Leeward Island team were 43 for 2. So Edwards continued to bowl. Jamaica 45 without loss. So those 2 wickets, early wickets up front, set back the Leeward Islands team. Now the platform has been set by Mackenzie and Scott. So some good batting by these 2. Proper platform being laid for the others to come. They won't want any piece of this. They would advise Mackenzie and Scott to bat through the innings. This one is driven again to covers. They have gone for 1. They are back for 2. So really good batting here by Mackenzie, growing in confidence as she goes on. She moves up now to 19 from 39 deliveries. As she plays that one forward confidently. Probably your best knock so far in the tournament, Currency. Looks good.
Yeah, it looks quite good. Leeward Islands opting not to have a sweeper. The only player that they had in that over outside of the circle, Martin, was the fielder deep mid-wicket to the left-hander. Certainly Mackenzie doesn't look as though she's intending to go over the mid-wicket. Certainly a strong offside player. Leeward Islands probably opting to try to squeeze them for as much as possible, trying to prevent that single. However, Jamaica was able to get in excess of 5 runs from that over. So we'll be happy.
So Scott a little bit frustrated, not hitting the gap. I don't think she should be. She's doing a pretty good job, but she needs to hit the gap. Ease. So Joseph, she has bowled 3 overs, maiden 1, dots 14, runs 7, no wicket, econ of 2.21. Excellent bowling here. She calls for a single again. Scott continues. So the big Joseph has thrown herself across the field. I'm telling you, she's built like a rock. Diving to her left and stopping that one. The intensity of this game continues. This one is airborne. And another single has been taken by these 2. They've done a good job so far for Jamaica. Another single. Excellent commitment there by Joseph.
Jamaica, this is final delivery, I think, of the over coming up. Yeah, I think Jamaica has done well so far. I think it's going to be a water break after this, right, Martin?
Yeah, see the umpires getting ready. Joseph comes up. And Mackenzie plays with full face into the onside as the umpires calls on the water cat to give the player some refreshments. He will take a break here and return to bring you more coverage as this game continues between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands getting 146 and Jamaica at break. They have 47 without loss.
Welcome back to Cyan Hill. Playing fair with Jamaica is 48 without loss. Chasing a score of 146 from the Leeward Islands. Made by the Leeward Islands. Captain Amanda Edwards has resumed bowling. She continues with her off spin. And she's bowling her first delivery already to Lena Scott, the dot delivery. Just one feeler outside the 30-yard circle. There's a beautiful shot by Lena Scott. Coming back on the back foot, pulling. Ball going out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Jamaica moves on by one more run. Score now 48-49 now without loss. Mackenzie comes on strike. Amanda bowls. Another dot delivery. Ball goes to mid-off. Steady bowling. Leeward Islands still opting only to use one player outside of the 30-yard circle. They can put more than one, of course. Jamaica wouldn't want to get too bogged down. They have been working well so far, looking for the quick singles. One more run to Jamaica. Mackenzie punching that delivery down to mid-off, crossing for a single. One run resulting. Changing the feel as the right-handed Lena Scott comes on the strike. And Scott pulls a short delivery. She rocks back and pulls down to the field on the boundary. Going to cross for two. And they get two comfortably in the end as they're 50 up for Jamaica. Well done to Jamaica. That's after the 16th over. Jamaica now 52 without loss. Excellent going so far for Jamaica. Shane Mackenzie, she's on 22 from 45. Lena Scott, she's on 21 from 52 deliveries. Kiana Joseph will continue from the airport end, bowling left arm around to the left-hander. First delivery is a dot ball, keeping it flat and steady. Still no change in the field. One player out of the 30-yard circle, opting to save the singles. Kind of bowled once more. Another dot delivery. Jamaican batters finding it a little bit more difficult getting those singles than this time around. Beaten on the front foot by Kiana. Ball goes straight to the keeper. Another precious dot deliveries. That is what Leeward Islands will have to continue to do if they can't get wickets. Build the pressure. Oh, big hit attempted by Mackenzie. Only going over the head, or barely going over the head of mid-wicket. However, importantly, they were able to get two more runs to the score for Jamaica. Still in the 17th over, they're chasing 147 for victory. Captain sticking with the field, not tempted whatsoever. Oh, this is going to be an opportunity. Oh, just evading the field at square leg. Got an easy single. There was a brief attempt for two. Wisely sent back by Scott. So that's 2 runs so far from the over. Batters getting a little bit antsy. Feeling a little bit more pressure, the batters. And Scott using her feet, chipping down the wicket. Driving nicely, but only getting as far as mid-off. But they all are able to cross for a single. The score moves up by a run. It's 56 now. Without loss after 17 overs. Jamaica up front. Martin, or is it the Leewards?
Jamaica really played pretty well so far in the first quarter or so of this game, looking for a target of 147. They have really batted well, these two opening batters. That of Scott and Mackenzie. So they have set a really good platform for the others to come. As I said, with two of them set as they are now, they shouldn't allow anyone else to bat. They have seen all they have seen from the Leewards. They're into the second change bowlers. All they need to bat and pick up the singles, the ones and the twos, the bad delivery would come and they would get to that target. As I said, short delivery. Pulled again out to mid-wicket, another single. Patience is virtue.
Certainly right there. Not the best of lengths for Amanda Edwards, the captain. And Scott was able to get back quickly on the back foot. Maybe not getting the connection that she wanted, but able to get good enough connection to give us a team and herself a run. Mackenzie now on strike. All driven to mid-wicket. Not able to cross for a single. You think the Leewards are doing the right thing here, Trevor? Not only using one play outside of the 30-yard circle, keeping things tight, at least the singles anyway.
Yeah, the players are inside of the circle, but they are not cutting off the single. That is the difference. Yeah. They have the proper feel, but the feelers are not cutting that single. And that is important. And the Jamaicans are taking advantage of that situation and running the singles right inside of the 20-yard circle. So good thinking by the Jamaican and good strategy being applied by them as well.
Yeah. A good point there by Martin. Certainly right. The feeler when Joseph is batting, not Joseph, Mackenzie is batting. Kiana Joseph is at short mid-wicket. She comes into cover when the left-hander is on strike. She's not the fastest of feelers, so more often than not, any ball at all that goes to the left or right of Kiana, the bowlers, the batters feel inclined to scamper for a single. Another short delivery by Edwards, and Lena Scott comes back and pull. He's going to run close to the boundary. He's going and goes into the boundary now. Much needed four by Jamaica. 4 more runs to Leona Scott. The score moves up to 61 without loss after 18 overs. Leeward Islands will definitely need to do something different here, Martin.
Yeah, I think the key to the Jamaican batting is that they have taken on Edwards. They have punked on the bad deliveries that she has bowled and really scored heavily against her. While Joseph on the other hand has been extremely tight. They have taken a few singles from her, but she has been extremely tight. But the first change bowlers here have not really done the job that they ought to do for the Leeward Islands team. And they have not gotten a wicket, which is critically important for the Jamaicans. So, a change of bowling right away. As you said, something has to be done. And they have taken off Joseph and have replaced her with a new bowler. So they're actually hunting for a wicket here to break momentum. They need to break the momentum of the Jamaicans.
They certainly need to get a wicket. There's a new bowler on strike. Not too sure who it is at the moment. Mackenzie drives to mid-off. Throw to run. That's main yard. Main yard. Yes, that's Davronique Maynard. Bowling the off spinners, replacing Kiana Joseph. Second dot delivery.
This is
still interesting field, Martin. Just one fielder on the boundary, deep mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Confident in the new bowler, the captain. Big drive and goes past the keeper. Feel that short turn man was able to cut it off. Only a single, precious single. 62 now without loss.
Currency, this is where the batters get a little bit too ambitious at times. They try to take on the fielders on the ropes, try to hit the ball over the top. And when you have a team like this and you have a foundation like this, you need not do anything else different. You keep batting the way you're batting, take your singles, look for the bad deliveries. But this is where they normally have the change, where they try to go over the top and try to do what they're not supposed to be doing. and then you lose a wicket, and then everything falls down from there on in.
Scott looking quite busy, always looking for the single, looking to dab and run. Lena Scott. Drives again, just over the head of the short cover. Able to cross for a single. Lena Scott, she wouldn't mind that. Didn't get the connection that she wanted. But it's a run nonetheless. Brings Mackenzie on strike. The left-handed Mackenzie. Mackenzie on 29, Lena Scott on 24. Dot delivery, good end to the over, good first over, just 2 runs from it. It's a good start. 19 overs have gone so far. Even Steven still is leaning more to Jamaica, you would say.
Yeah, sensible batting by these two, really. And they have batted positively as well. That is very important. They have taken the bad delivery, dispatched them. They have taken pretty good singles. They have communicated well. And really, all that combined gives you a beautiful partnership between these two. So, brilliant batting here by these two. And they have really placed Jamaica in a strong position here. Just about 18 overs completed, looking for 146. Pretty strong position.
Yep, but the required run rate is 4. Current run rate is over 3. 3.32. The captain has opted to continue bowling. That's Amanda Edwards. She's bowling or spin. Still one fielder on the onside outside of the circle. Everybody else is within the circle. Ball short, and that was punched by Lena Scott off the back foot, past the fielder at mid-on, and it runs into the boundary. 4 runs. Beautiful shot by Lena Scott.
Yeah, short delivery by skipper Edwards, and really a lovely shot back past mid-on. Fielder in the circle. All he needed to get past or left or right, and it goes into the fence for 4. Lovely placement, well played.
Certainly her confidence has grown throughout the innings, Lena Scott, and Mackenzie as well. Good going, dot delivery. Still, again, one fielder still outside the 30-yard circle. Mid-on still remains in place. Comes back, cut. Can't beat the fielder at cover. Play and a miss there by Lena Scott. Not a bad over so far for Jamaica. Oh, full toss, and Lena Scott chips down the wicket. It's the ball in there, gets a single. She's hopping away. Seems to have injured herself. I hope it's not anything too serious. She's down. I think she may have pulled a hammy there, Martin. The umpire's called for delivery. She's going to get some attention from the physio. Hopefully it's not too serious. And she's back on her feet pretty quickly. Curious, Martin, what else can the Leeward Islands do from here on? They've tried their paces. That didn't work. They had their two main spinners in the form of Kiana and the captain. They changed one of them and replaced her with another spinner. Doesn't seem to be working. Jamaica seem to be more comfortable, getting more comfortable as the play goes on. Not sure exactly what the Leeward Islands can do next, but they have to do something if they want to go on to win this game.
Yeah, I think what they need to do here is I would have kept Joseph on. The skipper would have come out of the attack because I think Joseph bowled reasonably tight from that end. I would have brought back one of the pacers at least to try and get a wicket or two. And you have to bite the bullet at times, what they normally say. Bite the bullet at times to get a breakthrough. But they are pretty much set, these two batters, Scott and Mackenzie, batting well. So you have to do something special to get rid of one of them. But as you said, things are looking pretty good for the Jamaicans here. Presently, they are 69 without loss here. So a pretty solid start here. As she gets some treatment, he will take a break here a while and then return to the cricket and bring you more coverage from Sand Hill in this game between Leewards and Jamaica.
Welcome back to the Sunny Plain Field. It is a match between Jamaica and Leeward Islands. Jamaica 69 with a loss, chasing 147 to gain victory. We just saw Amanda Edwards bowl in the final delivery of her 6th over. So Jamaica remains on 69 without loss after 20 overs. Run rate of 3.49 or thereabouts. Required run rate just under 4. So nothing to worry about or to be in a hurry about. Jamaica in full control, I dare say. But a game of glorious uncertainties. One wicket sometimes follows, or 2 wickets sometimes follow one. Jamaica wouldn't want that at all. Leeward Islands still searching for the first wicket. They continue with the bowling of the leg spinner. That is Davronique Maynard.
Maynard is one of the pick of the bowlers for the Leeward Islands team. Every time she comes into the attack, she picks up a wicket. So she has been the go-to person for the Leeward's team. She's now on the attack. It's bowling to Scott. She continues. Scott is down the wicket, hitting it over mid-on. It doesn't have enough legs. Yes, it does. So Scott just extending her arms and getting it over the mid-wicket area into that nice air of mid-wicket, and it runs across the outfield for 4. So good batting here by Scott, keeping the pressure on the Leeward Islands team.
Yeah, not the best of deliveries there by Davronique Maynard. Full toss. Scott was able to put it away quite effectively. A full toss. Scott looking still a little bit injured, hopping along. But she's determined. She has not decided to go off. She's still there for her team.
So Maynard looking for that first wicket for Leewards. But these two are denying them any wickets here, the Jamaicans. Solid start for them as Mackenzie squeezes another single. Being encouraged by her players in the pavilion. So moves up now to 74. Biggest partnership so far in this game. Excellent start for Jamaica. Once it continues in this vein, should get home rather easily. The sun is now back with us. And this is driving that sweetly back past the bowler. As I said, she's growing in confidence here. Scott, she's really growing in confidence here, stroking the ball nicely. Even with that injury, she's doing what she has to do for her team. She has to carry her bat. 75 without loss. Who would have thought? But it's Jamaica's day. So far, Mackenzie squeezes another single. Smart cricket by these two. It has worked for them thus far, and it continues to work for the Jamaican team. And at the end of 21 overs, it's actually 76 without loss. Jamaica replying to the Leeward Islands 146. Excellent position to be in.
Yeah, certainly excellent position to be in, Jamaica. So Lena Scott getting some attention earlier on from the physio. But she's batting well. What we've found, what we know about cricket, anytime you're scoring runs, and whenever you get a wicket but you're scoring or get an injury, you're scoring runs, the runs is somewhat analgesic in that it nullifies all the pain that you're feeling because the runs is so much powerful. So I'm thinking she has that injury, but she's not feeling it at all. Lena Scott, she is batting well. I'm sure she would want to go on to score a 50 for Jamaica and bring the team home to victory.
77 without loss. Jamaica. Really good start here for them. Excellent foundation being laid as the fast bowler comes back into the attack. So Hector comes back here looking for that breakthrough. Dot delivery to start proceedings. So Mackenzie has 29 from 59 deliveries and Lena Scott 39 from 60 deliveries. Really good going by these two. Yes, they have soaked up a few dot deliveries, but they are there still. No need to rush anything. This one is stroked nicely to mid-off.
But is certainly looking a lot more confident, having taken their team to 77 without loss. Both players obviously looking to get to that coveted half century for Jamaica.
What they have done so far very well is taking the singles, pushing the ball into the gap, putting the pressure on the Leeward Islands team and really causing them to sort of something that they never really expected from the Jamaican team. They are in the circle, but yet they can't stop the single. Momentum is very important in cricket and has gone the way of the Jamaicans so far.
Certainly right with that, Martin. Come back to that after this delivery.
This one is choked up to covers, no run.
Yeah.
So
I think
really,
even though the Leeward Islands obviously are looking to stop the singles by having so many fielders within the 30-yard circle, these fielders have to be positioned properly. You have Kiana Joseph. Yes, she's a West Indies player, but quite a number of singles have been taken where she has been fielding. So the Leeward Islands might want to consider shifting her, putting her maybe at mid-off or thereabouts. But that position is often a busy position, and they ought to reconsider putting somebody else there that's a little bit more agile than Kiana Joseph.
The field is open to the singles now. They're still on the defense, the Leeward Islands team. Fine leg and third man on the fence. Mid on, mid off in the circle. Deep mid wicket. Those are the three persons out. In the middle of the game, senior bowler comes back looking for that wicket. And really and truly, the only how you normally lose a wicket in these sort of scenarios where two persons are batting so well is either run out or someone trying to be too ambitious. But we have not seen that from these two. They have been communicating well in the wicket. They have been running their singles and they have not really tried to rush the game. That is very important. They have kept a calm head and they have played very smart cricket thus far. Again, outside the off something to the keeper's glove. So, good comeback there. Good comeback over by the big fast bowler Hector. Looking for that breakthrough. So that brings you over to an end. After that over, it's 79 without loss, Jamaica. In reply to Leeward Islands 146.
Yep, just 67 more runs to go, Martin, from 18 overs. Jamaica shouldn't feel too daunted by that likely possibility of them crossing that boundary, meaning getting over 146 and winning this game against the Leeward Islands. There's a bit of a hole up here, I see, from Leona Scott, as we saw earlier on. She did pull up just a little bit, maybe a hamstring injury. We just mentioned the power of scoring runs. Once you're scoring runs, everything else is analgesic. Certainly Jamaica has developed a lovely flow to their batting so far. Run rates over 3.64, that's the current run rate, and the required run rate is 3.72. I'm sure as the innings progresses, that run rate will likely be reduced. The required run rate, that is 67 from 108 deliveries.
So Maynard will continue to bowl here to Scott, who's basically played the innings of her life thus far. Again, she's taking an easy single in the 20-yard circle. .81 without loss. Counting down Jamaica. Less than 70 into the 60s. Mackenzie continue to time the ball sweetly, as I think we are getting the last of the sun for the day. Really, it's come out in all its glory here, shining across Sion Hill. Maynard looking for that first wicket, as another single been sneaked right in front of the fielder's face. So really smart cricket being played by these two. It has worked for them thus far. They continue to do it. Another single taken by these two. Good cricket, smart cricket.
Yeah, that really can be frustrating for a fielding team, especially for a bowler. Bowling well, and for the batter just to drop the ball and get a single, it really annoys you as a bowler.
Again, the singles are coming by will, at will. Nothing stopping that at all. Another one. Just to remind you, you're looking at Women's Super 50. West Indies Women's Super 50 played here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Sion Hill playing field. Another single being taken. Really lovely cricket by these two.
I think the beautiful thing about the running between the wickets is that it's the backing up on call, and there seems to be a perfect understanding between the players. They don't need always to call to say yes. Just look up at one another and then they know it's a single.
This one is hiked over mid-wicket. It has bounced once. They're looking for two. No, says the pavilion and her partner. She settles with one. So the over comes to an end. And it's now 85 without loss. We have completed 23 overs. Remember, this game has been reduced to 40 overs. So Jamaica well on target here at Sand Hill, looking for their second victory in this tournament.
Yep. And a Scott 43 from 73 deliveries. Krishana McKenzie 32 from 66. Certainly what the Jamaican coach would have asked for. No complaints from their end, I'm sure. Still a lot of batting left in the hut for Jamaica.
So the big bowler, Hector, trying to break this partnership. One of the best partnership I've seen in the tournament so far. On the final day, opening partnership, solid as a rock for Jamaica. Mackenzie and Scott, Alina Scott, she has led the way. It's batted pretty well so far. Looking for that milestone, 50, then go on. She's hitting that one past mid-on. It's running towards the fence. It has gone past the fence. It have enough legs to get there. 4 more runs to Scott. Lovely shot through mid-on. Timed as well.
Yeah, she really done the business here for Jamaica. A full toss. She was able to capitalize on it to the maximum. Lovely shot down the ground past the fielders at mid-off and mid-on. Quickly moves on to 43. Now, Lena Scott. Leeward Islands heads are down. It's 89 without loss. Staring on the barrel of defeat, it seems.
Really big partnership by these two. Really big partnership. Big effort by these two here for Jamaica. Scott has 47. Her partner with her has 32. So good partnerships between these two. Really lovely. The running between the wicket has been exceptional. Umpire signals wide. Score moves up now to 90.
Hector, a little bit tired, not getting it right. So, Leeward Islands certainly losing their way here in this final match of the tournament.
Again, the mistakes keep happening. And it's just because of pressure that was turned on by the Jamaicans. They're running between the wicket. They have not done anything extravagant, really, more than play simple cricket. Call between the wickets, run between the wickets hard, look for your singles, dispatch the bad deliveries. That's all they did. Simple cricket. Nothing extravagant. And they are now 91 without loss.
Certainly right, Trevor. Didn't play too many shots in anger whatsoever. Look for the singles. ran beautifully between the wickets for sure.
That's his problems. Oh, and as I mentioned it before, that's the only how I see people getting out in this sort of situation. I run out, ball was struck to backward point. She took off from the other end, Mackenzie, and a direct hit would have been a different story. But they are home safely. Jamaica is happy with that, and that brings the end of the over.
Yeah, that was excellent all-round work there by the Leeward Islands. Feel that point. Grabbing that ball with one hand, almost effecting a run out. Missing the stumps, not by much. One of the only blemishes we have seen so far for the Jamaican batters, who have run so well between the wickets. And they've put their team in the best of positions. 93 without loss, 24 overs gone, 16 overs remaining, 54 runs to get to 96 balls. That's the equation. More than likely going to get more than 96 balls. Extras will be bowled. That's just how the cookie crumbles.
Still having this little feeling in my gut that this game is not really over. There's still another story to be told from this game. But Jamaica has played well thus far. 93. Without lost these two. I'm saying it again. So another misunderstanding between these two. Have to be very careful. They have done exceptionally well for Jamaica. Can't lose it at this point in time. Mackenzie driving handsomely down to mid-on.
It's really a game of tip and go here at Sand Hill. The fielders, the Leeward Island fielders, they're a little bit jaded. They haven't gotten a wicket. The spirits are down. Doesn't seem to be like they have a glimmer of hope. But they have to continue. They have to believe.
The Leeward Island bowlers haven't gotten any answers for these batters. Few balls have gone past the bat, but all balls have been hitting the middle of the bat for these two since the beginning of the innings. Really, they have not been troubled at all. Oh my! Short delivery outside the awesome, went to punch it and hit it straight back into Maynard hands. So they have lost their first wicket here at 94. A brilliant partnership between these two. That's come to an end. But 94 for one. Scott has gone for 47 it is. Yes, 47. And I'm saying I still think there's a story to this game to be told.
It was a very, very good innings by Lena Scott. Certainly put our team in a prime position to go on to win this game. Made 47. Certainly deserved a 50 considering the way she batted. A loud round of applause from her teammates. Lena Scott opening the batting for the first time in the 50 over competition for Jamaica. Very, very good innings by the player. Rashada Williams, the captain. She will definitely want to continue along the same lines as Lena Scott. Certainly has the capability, Martin. So I wouldn't expect anything different, although you're saying that there might be something to write home about for the Leeward Islanders.
Well, I'm saying it. They have pulled themselves back in games that are even closer than this and end up being winners in the T20 tournament. I've seen them play. They have been very calm, cool, collective. Even though they were behind, they came back and actually be winners. Still, some runs to get here. Would not call it as yet. I've seen where teams have had solid starts and then just collapsed. As we see, first delivery, Maynard as usual comes in, picks that wicket, and then everything starts tumbling from here on in. But that brings you over to an end. And at the end of the over, it is 94 for 1. 25 overs have been completed here at Sand Hill. And looking for a target of 147 here Jamaica 94 for 1. They have just lost the wicket of Lena Scott for 47.
53 now to get from 15 overs. That equation certainly is in favour of Jamaica. They've lost their first wicket. Still have Mackenzie at the wicket. She has been going well. She batted for them. She has batted for Jamaica pretty well so far in the 50 over tournament at least. Still 9 wickets left in the hut. If things were to change here, it would mean that the Leeward Islands will definitely have to pull a rat out of a hat.
They got to pull something out to get this Jamaican team on a different. And here comes Moses, has been returned to the bowl. And this one is an easy single again, Mackenzie. She's really in the mood. So another single.
Yeah, Leeward Islands making another change to the bowling. Sherian Moses, the opening bowler, comes on for Hector, who has been replaced. Hector not having the best of overs. In the last over she bowled. Leeward Islands pulling out all the stops. They still have Kiana Joseph to bowl. Left arm spinner, I suspect she may have to come back on pretty soon. Leeward Islands still making some changes to the field. The fielders are coming in. A new batter is on strike. Captain Rashada Williams. No slouch with the bat, of course. First delivery. Punched to cover. No run. Looking confident in her approach. Rashada Scott certainly buoyed by the innings she saw by Lena Scott. Ooh, beaten on the offside. Shada Williams coming forward in a hesitant way. Keeper standing up to the wicket. Cleanly collected. That was well played by Rashada Williams. Coming back a little bit and dabbing it nicely down to the third man fielder. Across for one is only going to be one. Another single. So that's good. Good for Jamaica, that is. Leeward Islands, they definitely need another wicket. One wicket here, you never know. A struck on the pad. A muted appeal. No run resulting. No harm, no foul. Not a bad over so far, just 2 runs from it. Another dot delivery there by Moses, and that's the end of over number 26. Is a 96 for the loss of 1 wicket. Jamaica firmly in control, chasing 147 for victory. Jamaica.
Yeah, solid as a rock there, the Jamaicans, losing 1 wicket in the proceedings thus far. Leeward Islands have not really done anything to talk about, really, to pressure these batters to cause us to think differently. So Jamaica has been in full control of this game since the beginning. A lovely partnership between Scott and Mackenzie. She's now joined by Williams at the crease. But Maynard
punched through to cover was Mackenzie. Easy single resulting. So that was not Mackenzie, that was Rashada Williams facing up to Davonique Maynard. Mackenzie now comes on strike. Still an interesting field for Mackenzie. Just one fielder outside of the 30-yard circle for Mackenzie, who has been at the wicket since the inception of the innings. And she rocks back and pulls down to the field at the mid-wicket. The cross for one, looking for two. Sent back by Captain Williams. Satisfied with one. Not in any hurry is Jamaica. Mackenzie moves on to 36. Firm drive by Rashada Williams. Bowler failing to stop it cleanly. Ball going through to mid-off. No run still. Looking confident is Rashada Williams. Short delivery and cut off the outside edge. Not going exactly where she wanted. Dot delivery. Over so far by Davonique Maynard, keeping the batters in check. Drive by Rashada going out to the fielder at cover and the cross for single. 3 runs from that over, not a bad over. Even over, I would say. The Leeward Islands, they still do need wickets though, Trevor.
Yeah, they need to get amongst the Jamaican batting here. Need to get Mackenzie. Williams have just joined the party here, but really need to get Mackenzie here. Mackenzie is pretty much set, looking for that half century or so. But Jamaica has batted exceptionally well here today at Sand Hill. Have set a lovely partnership between Clark and Scott, who really set the foundation for this innings. And really, they should get home from here on in. Not seeing much to keep them from doing so. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. You never know what could happen. As I said, the story could be told here again in the back end.
I'll hope to try to make that a reality. Is Moses, as she's going to continue her bowling. Keeper is up to the wicket. Rashada Williams is on strike. Oh, playing a miss. Goes to the keeper. Rashada admonishing herself a little bit there. Thought she should have gotten a lot of bat onto that. No harm, no foul. Another dot delivery. Take a look at Mackenzie, the way she's backing up. I think the way she has backed up has caused them to get a lot of singles than they otherwise would not have had. Mackenzie, she and Lena really ran well between the wickets, give Jamaica that brilliant start, and I think that was the catalyst for it. They're running between the wickets. Certainly disturbed how the Leewards went about their business. Driven nicely, Rashada Williams. Straight to the field and not finding the gap. Dot balls. Leeward Islands still trying to build pressure. Opting to have a ring of fielders on the offside. Nobody's sweeping. As long as she beats the infield, more than likely it's going to run away for 4. Another quick single by Jamaica, and that's the 100 for Jamaica. Courtesy of Rashada Williams, a dab on the offside, running through for a quick single. Bring Mackenzie back on strike, the left-handed Mackenzie. Still no sweeper. Turn man, fine leg, deep square leg, that's about it. Mackenzie drives and beats the field at cover. They're going to get more than one. They cross for two. The ball holds up in the outfield. That's two. Jamaican score moves on to 102. Mackenzie's score moves on to 38. Looking for that 50. Would be her first 50 of the tournament if she gets it. Certainly deserves it. Certainly batted well so far for Jamaica. Wide delivery there by the bowler. Mackenzie, her eyes lit up. Thought it was an opportunity to get to boundary. Too wide delivery for her to make any connection. Keeper did well to prevent further runs, further damage. 102 still for the loss of one. I think it's 103 if you count the wide. Oh, and that is chipped just behind square, in the air just for a little bit, down to fine leg, cross for single. That's the end of the over. 104 now for the loss of one after 28 overs. Christina Mackenzie, she still on 39, heading towards the 50. Rashada Williams just came in. Just faced 12 deliveries. She has 4 runs. Captain Rashada, she should be pleased with how proceedings have gone so far for Jamaica. So I know teams like Jamaica and the Windward Islands will be looking at the points table as we speak, seeing how well they are placed and if they can lift this trophy, this 50 over trophy. New over, full toss by Maynard. Mackenzie failing to take full advantage of it, slapping it to cover, not beating the cover fielder at all. Oh, driven hard to the field at cover. There was a shout for catch, not too sure if that went into the air full to the fielder. Some might say it was a bomb ball. We'll have to look at it again, not too sure from the replay either. Commentary booth is a significant distance away from the playing area. Kenzie drives again, another dot delivery. Sense something's going to come within this over. Oh, and it's bowled. Mackenzie's bowled by Maynard. Delivery, she came forward, not able to negotiate that ball at all, and it rocketed into her stumps. Not something we saw from our commentary booth. We knew something was about to happen, but I was thinking more or less it was going to be runs.
Well, you sensed it. It did happen. And actually, Mackenzie has been bowled by Maynard. Maynard, the bowler who has always been the pick of the bowlers to come and break partnerships and to get the critical wickets for Leewards. She has done that so far today, picked up those two wickets. And that brings the veteran Taylor, who has been in these situations on several occasions for the West Indies. So this is an ideal situation for her as well, Taylor. Knowing her experience and the time that she has spent in the West Indies camp, international player. So shouldn't be much problems here. But another wicket to Leeward. And it opens the gate somewhat.
It's 104 now for the loss of 2 wickets. Stephanie Taylor, West Indies player, all-rounder, enters the wicket. Task now should be to bring victory to Jamaica. Excellent innings by Mackenzie, certainly batted well and give Jamaica the best of chances to bring home this game for her team. So the captain and vice captain are at the wicket now for Jamaica. Stephanie Taylor, obviously a very accomplished player in her own right, former captain of the West Indies team. She's going to be facing up to Devonique Maynard, who's on the rampage. Good lines and lengths. First delivery. Taylor comes forward without any fuss. Seems to be eating bread and cheese. Easy going for her, Taylor, so far. Full delivery and Taylor whips it past mid-wicket. Not sure if it passed the mid-wicket field on the full, but it's 4 runs to Stephanie Taylor. Certainly that would give her quite a bit of confidence going in to the game. 4 runs to start her proceedings, Stephanie Taylor. And importantly for Jamaica, 4 more runs to their total. That's the end of the over for Jamaica, for the Leeward Islands, sorry.
Yeah, pretty good and positive start there by Taylor. A full toss on the legs and she really smashed it through mid-wicket. It had a good timing on it as well. And a really good start to her and to Jamaica in the final few overs or so in this game. Jamaica are very well poised to win this game with the likes of Taylor. Shouldn't be any problem for them really. Jamaica 104 really. Sorry.
Is Moses to continue from that end, from the cable and wireless end. She will be bowling to Rashada Williams. She's on 4 from 13 deliveries. As the sun goes on in beautiful Sand Hill. It's still bright outside, not hot but bright. An attempted square drive by Rashada Williams. Maybe a little bit too wide for umpire, not signalling wide. But cleanly and beautifully collected by the keeper. Boyce. Boyce, as we saw, batted pretty well in her innings for the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands will be hoping for some sort of miracle still. Ooh, outside off stump again. Batter probably pleading with the umpire to signal that wide. Umpire not obliging. Goes cleanly through to the keeper. Dot delivery for Moses and for the Leeward Islands. Comes back and punch nicely, but straight to the fielder. No run. Any pressure here? Can pressure cause anything, any damage there, Martin?
Yeah, I do think so. Bowling another 3 good overs here could cause some pressure on the Leeward Islands team, the Jamaican team, sorry, and cause them to think differently. We're just about in the 30th over, 10 more overs to go. So you never know, a wicket or 2, things could change. So good bowling again by Moses.
Dot delivery, another dot delivery. A little bit of pressure mounting here for Rashada Williams. She shouldn't feel pressure though, because there's so much ahead in terms of wickets in hand. They don't need a lot, 39 runs or so from 63 deliveries, so nothing to write home about. Required run rate 3.71. Ooh, another attempted dab. Trying to run that delivery down to third man. Ball going through cleanly to the keeper. The Jamaican fielders outside encouraging her to stay focused. Taylor, I'm sure, would have a word with her. Letting her just to stay on bat. The Leeward Islands might be harboring thoughts of a miracle here, Martin.
As I said before, two or three good overs could really swing things back here for Leewards. But Jamaica just need to do what they're doing here. Turn the strike over, get the ones and the twos, keep the scoreboard ticking, and they'll be home safely.
Yep.
Way ahead of the game.
Certainly right. Rashada Williams getting a single of that final delivery of the over. So 1 run from that over as we break for a water break, a much needed water break. So the commentators now will take a break ourselves, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to resume the chase here at Surreal.
Well, welcome back to Surreal playing field, where we have a locked-in battle between Jamaica and the Leeward Islands. Game not over as yet. Jamaica definitely on top. As they continue to get the singles, continue to bat well. They have moved up now to 110, 111. With that the 2 runs being run there between Taylor and Williams. 111 now for 2. And with me to carry to the end of this game is Rommel Currency. Rommel, welcome back after the break. It's a slight appeal there. Heard some things, but not out, says the umpire. So 111 for 2. We into over number 31. Williams is on 7 from 21 and Taylor 4 from 2. Maynard continues to do well for Leewards. This one is short and punched to backward point. No run. Dot delivery. Was mentioning before, a few good overs could reverse the pressure in Jamaica here. But they have wickets in hand, which is critically important. So everything in the favor of the Jamaicans here. Again, this one is driven sweetly to mid-on. Coming out of the middle of the bat this time. But no run. Well struck. Well fielded as well. Again, Maynard. Right on the money. That brings you over to an end. And after 31 overs, Jamaica in reply to Leeward Islands 146. They are now 111 for 2. With just about 9 overs remaining in this innings.
If Leeward Islands are to have any thoughts of coming out to the victory, they'll definitely need to get an early wicket. We just had a break. We often know, well, we know most often than not, anytime there's a break, a wicket tends to fall right after. The Leeward Islands will be desperately hoping for such luck. Jamaica, on the other hand, would have other ideas.
Well, a good line, 4th stump line outside the off stump. As Moses continued to bowl pretty well. Here in her second spell, she's bowling to Taylor. Taylor is on 4 from 3. Keen contest on here. Fall off a wicket or 2, could swing it back to the Leewards. A few good shots through the offside, penetrating the field, could bring it home for Jamaica. But cricket is such a game of glorious uncertainties, you never know. Moses as Jamaica eases another single. Taylor, she gets that 2 covers. Another one. So easy peasy. Easier Sunday morning here. 112 for 2.
That's all Jamaica has to do. Keep getting the singles. Shouldn't be in any rush. Runs will come. Certainly always going to be a single. Anything to the left and right of the mid-wicket fielder. For obvious reasons.
Of course. That's just the way it is. Finding the gaps, taking the pace off, dropping it short, getting the singles, and they have done that exceptionally well in this game, Jamaica. Not trying to overhit the ball, but just played each ball on its merit as Taylor. That sticks this one down to fine leg again. And this has worked for Jamaica very well in this game. They have really found a sweet spot, as we normally say. And they have done the basics pretty well today when it comes to batting, picking up the singles, hitting the bad deliveries, putting the ball in the gaps. Never tried to take on the fielders on the boundary, but they just played basic cricket. And they are now 115 for 2. So Moses continue finding it difficult to get something out of the surface, Moses. White signal by the umpire. Just as we are into the last few overs of this game, we have the last of the sun, and it's rather bright on this side in Sand Hill. As the shadows lengthens here at is Moses outside the off stump into the gloves of Boyce, who has a pretty safe pair of hands there. Boyce does a pretty good job with those gloves. Not much to talk about when it comes to her. Cricket is really circumspect. Good hands, good eyes. Excellent batter. Knows the game. Moses. This one is driven up and over. Has it gotten the legs? Yes, it does. Way over the top. The first 6 of this game. Pitched up and Williams into her stride. Lovely shot over mid-on for 6.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot by Williams. She waited for it. She got a little bit antsy, facing a couple dot deliveries. She so far had faced 27 deliveries, ball coming into her arc, feeling obliged to go over the top, mid-off and mid-on. Always going to be a safe shot as long as she got good connection, and which she did.
This one just a little bit wide outside the off stump, not getting the timing right this time, and bringing you over to an end. And after 31 overs been bowled here, Jamaica 122 for 2. 32 overs completed, 8 overs remaining. Jamaica in the driver's seat, taking over the whole bus really at this time. Taylor is unbeaten on 6. And Williams, she is not out on 14. Before that, Lena Scott got 47. Mackenzie, she got 39. And Maynard for Leeward, she got 2 for 25. That's the story so far in the second half of this game. It's not over as yet. Jamaica still trying to get home. Leeward still trying to put on the screws on this Jamaican team, but they have always been able to ease out of it through basic cricket and doing the things that they ought to do. So Taylor is on strike in the 33rd over. Maynard is back. Joseph is back. First delivery. She's calling for 2. She's calling for 2. Would she get 2? No, says her partner. So the first delivery pushed up to mid-off for a single. Another run to the Jamaicans. Getting even closer to that need another 25. Dot delivery to Joseph. She's back into the attack.
There's certainly a last toss of the coin here by the Leeward Islands. Kiana Joseph.
Again, a wide open field. Easy singles. And Leewards have done the opposite, really. At the end of the game, they have opened up the game, opened up the gaps for the singles rather than closing it in. It's not needed at this time. They need to cut off those singles and force them to go for the top. This one is swept lovely. It's getting close to the fence. Does it have the legs? No, it doesn't. 2 more runs. 2 more to Taylor.
Excellent going by the Jamaican contingent. Certainly marching onto a victory here at Sand Hill. A lovely contrast for them, comparing it to the T20 tournament, Jamaica.
Again, she's sweeping just outside the leg stump is Joseph. Not full contact though. But she picks up another single. 126 for 2. Big effort here by Jamaica in the final game in this Women's Super 50. Must commend them on that. This one is punch with some power. Down to long off by Williams. Seems to be in very good form. Stroking it lovely. Nicely comes off the bat. She moves up now to 15. Taylor has 10. 127 for 2. That brings you over to an end. And after 33 overs, Jamaica 128 for 2.
Yeah, it's getting to that time, Martin. 7 overs remaining. It's about 19 runs remaining from that 7. Not a difficult ask at all. Required run with 2.71 or thereabouts. Jamaica in full control now. I think it would be extremely unlucky and weird if Jamaica were to go on and lose this game. But they are firmly in control. Firmly in control.
So Maynard has changed ends. She's come from the bowlers and as she pulls that down to mid-on. That rush into the fence. So Williams getting into the action here. And a loose ball by Maynard. Punch to mid-on into the fence for 4.
Yeah, not the start that Maynard would have hoped for. Coming back, I should say. At a critical point for the Leeward Islands, they need the wickets and they need them fast. First delivery going for 4, not what the doctor ordered.
Again, short. Pull to square leg. Another single. Really and truly, the writing is on the wall here. Jamaica has played a pretty top-class game, flawless basically. They have batted in partnerships. They have run their runs. Hit the bad deliveries, everything you would want from your team as she sneaks another single. They have been able to do that all game, and the Leeward Islands have not been able to stop them. Another single.
Yeah, I think the running has been a feature in their reply here this evening at Surreal. They recognized some of the weaker feelers on the Leeward Islands and took full advantage of it. They backed up well, they continue to back up well.
This one is hitting over the top. Has she gotten it all the way? One bounce into the fence. Umpire Byams swings that hand across the waistline. 4 more runs to Williams. 4 more runs to Jamaica.
Yeah,
so Williams. So 30 runs partnership between these two from 29 deliveries. And they have rushed up to this total so far. 134 for 2. Oh, wanted a one there. No, said Taylor. 138 for 2. Went to over number 34. This is the full toss. Not getting it as she would like. It's in the edge and just going down to fine leg. So that brings Taylor on strike. This one is another easy single. She's calling. She's halfway down the track. Williams is ready to go. Usain Bolt. Who's calling you? That's the end of the over. And at the end of that over, Jamaica 139 for 2. Looking for a total of 146. Not too far away from victory here.
Yep. Just 7 more runs remaining for Jamaica to win this game. Rashada Williams, in the last couple of deliveries, showed her intent quite clearly, electing to go over the top. Beautiful shot for 6. And then again, a lovely shot for 4. I certainly want to win this game very quickly for Jamaica. Rightly so. She's the captain, of course. Rashada Williams. She should be proud of how she led her team in this game. I think one of the major differences between her and the Leeward Islands was the way she manipulated the bowling of Jamaica, switched them around quite often to ensure that at no time the batters got too accustomed to the Jamaican bowlers.
Joseph here into Williams, and Williams is punching that 2 covers. There's a sweeper there. She picks up another single. Batted positively so far. 6 runs to get. Joseph has bowled 6 overs, none for 18 thus far. Very good spell. She's bowling to Taylor. Taylor is stylishly forward, solid as a rock. Plays back to Joseph. 141 for 2. This one is out. Up and over. Does it have the legs? Big effort there by the fielder.
That was a beautiful shot by Stephanie Taylor. Long mid-off and mid-on in place. No long off. Safe shot. Kiana Joseph opting to give that delivery a little bit of air. Stephanie Taylor obliging. Hitting the ball over the top. Umpire signaling 4 runs to Stephanie Taylor. Score moves on to 145 for 2.
2 runs needed. This one is squeezed out to backward point. She will get that 2 here. It goes down to the fence now. And Jamaica has gotten victory here at Sand Hill off the bat of Stephanie Taylor. A wonderful game, well compact game by Jamaica. They started solidly and they ended solidly with Taylor and Williams at the crease. And really a commendable victory here for the Jamaicans. Not having the best of tournaments for the T20, but coming back in the 50 overs and doing exceptionally well in this last game against the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, certainly a good show here for Jamaica. Certainly played well in their last 2 matches. But let me just focus a bit on this match, Kenor. I thought that the bowlers, they bowl well, yes. A lot of chances, or at least 3 within the first 5 or 6 overs thereabouts were put down by Jamaica. But they stuck to their guns and restricted the Leeward Islands for 146, albeit we thought at the end of the innings they really should have gotten more, given the start that they had and the partnerships that they built, the Leeward Islands. However, Jamaica was able to come out this evening, a beautiful partnership by their 2 opening batters in Mackenzie and Scott, who for the first time opened the batting for Jamaica in the 50 over tournament, and boy did they bat well. They ran the singles, they were looking for singles, even when we thought that there might not have been a single, they somehow got a single out of it. They chose the correct feelers in which to run to. We recognize that the backing up by the batters were exceptional, and that showed throughout their innings, and they were able to come out of this game as victors. And that the way they ran, Martin, augurs well for fitness in cricket. So often we've seen this tournament, we've seen matches where fitness could have done so much more for teams, but the lack of, or the lack thereof, caused many teams to suffer where they ought not to have suffered. Certainly something for Cricket West Indies and the territories on a micro level to look at and to consider for the long run, if we are to go ahead in the future and become a very competitive team in the likes of Australia and England and India.
Well, a wonderfully compact game by the Jamaicans here. They started this morning. The Leeward Islands won the toss and elected to bat. They got 2 early wickets. What a partnership between the 2 came back, brought them back into the game. They got to 146. And then they were bowled out within their 40 overs, which was critically important. And really, Jamaica from there on in came out with Scott and Mackenzie who opened the batting and got a partnership of 96 between them before the first wicket fall, setting the foundation for Jamaica to go on to a magnificent victory here this evening against the Leeward Islands team. And the final runs coming off the bat of Stephanie Taylor, threw backward point into the fence for 4. So at the end of the day, Jamaica has won this game handsomely by applying all the basics of cricket and did a fantastic job. And really congratulations to them. Hard luck to the Leeward Islands. They are defending champions in the T20. They have lost all 3 games in this format, unfortunately. And really hard luck to them. But a very, very good game by the Jamaicans. Compact game. All the assets of cricket were at presence and they did it exceptionally well. We thank you for being with us through this broadcast. And I want to say thank you for being here. And we really appreciate you. And I appreciate the time that you spent viewing this broadcast. And we wish you all the best for the rest of the year. This is the end of the tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. On behalf of my co-commentator, Romel Currency, I want to say thank you and have a wonderful evening and God bless. Thank you.